Soft-spoken, chipper and choking, just really the way, 'cause she can mimic the motions of accents, sprightly and spastic. She said jeopardy is fake, my love, live life like it's practice. Back on the sea and the scenery, back on the blue that I'm speeding through, back at the work park and it hurts my knees. Back to the scene and the scenery, back to the blue that I'm seeing you. I'm just for the night, but it was nice to me. Soft spoken, chipper and choking, just really the way, 'cause she can mimic the motions of accents, sprightly and spastic. She said jeopardy is fake, my love, live life like it's practice. Back on the weekend, the weekly, back on the shoot where I'm seeing you, back at the work, I talk and it hurts my teeth. Back to the dream and the dreamily, back to the who that I'm speaking to. I broke through the night, so you were nice to me. Soft spoken, chipper and choking, just really the way, 'cause she can mimic the motions of accents, sprightly and spastic. She said jeopardy is fake, my love, live life like it's practice.
Test 1 2. We're online, boys. We're here. It has arrived. Me have arrived for the third day in a row for the Just a Meme stream. Very excited. Today's gonna be a more political stream. I'm gonna have some fun. We're gonna be crapping on the progressive voice. I actually don't like this guy. I'm not gonna lie. But we'll get into that. Let's get a good playlist going. I don't know what to play. Maybe I was talking to someone at work, and he said he knew who Filthy Frank was. Had no clue who Joji was. I was blown away. I didn't think it happened. I didn't even know that happened. That's like knowing up without knowing about down. It was wild. It's Filthy Frank. He had no clue. Mother bullshit. Yeah, he had no clue. He was like, yeah, I've heard of this Filthy Frank guy. I used to watch. He's a meme lord. I used to watch his content. Who? Joji? Never heard of him. Never heard of the guy. I was pretty surprised. Mimi Lord. Okay, so let's get into it. First thing I wanted to watch was this video. Never speak to me about the troll face, okay? Never speak to me about the troll face, okay? You know what? I wanted to do like a meme tier list for the decade, but I never got around to it. I made like a lot of stuff for it. I think I'll do that. I'll do that sometime. Maybe probably this weekend. We'll see about that. Okay, but I didn't want to watch this video from the Progressive Voice. Now, what he did was he made a tier list. He made a tier list of the progressive shows, of the popular progressive shows. I have no clue who made this tier list. It's kind of dumb. Well, best independent media voices in 2019 to 2020. But this is like obviously progressive. Only progressive talking points, because the Daily Wire isn't on here from Ben Shapiro, and Steven Crowder's show isn't on here, which are very popular. So this is obviously of just progressive voices. You know, you have Anna Kasparian, himself, Cenk Uygur, Benjamin Dixon, Michael Brooks, the Majority Report, Sam Cedar. Joe Rogan's on here for some reason. Destiny. So he had some really bad takes, right? Progressive Voice is kind of a cringe lord. I dislike the video. I'm not subscribed to him. I don't like the guy personally. But let's see what he has to say. First thing I wanted to go over about this video, we're not going to watch the whole thing because I don't care to watch the whole thing. It's not all important. And he just rambles on about his opinions for 31 minutes, which is what I'm about to do as well. But you're going to listen to mine and not his. So he has something to say about Destiny. I already went over Jimmy Dore. I don't like Jimmy Dore, so that's not important. But he's going to go over Destiny. I want to see what he has to say.
Anytime something like that happens to someone like that, immediately you can cross them off, because to allow your political decisions to be influenced by petty emotional garbage like that is the most embarrassing thing whatsoever. You should take it like a champ and still say that you support Bernie Sanders and that's your preferred candidate. And the reason why he prefers Tulsi Gabbard himself, that is true, and I haven't seen that, but that's
skip forward a little bit.
Jimmy Dore has reached a level. Speaking of Destiny, we can throw Destiny in the F category. I have a deep disdain for Destiny as well, as you guys know. Destiny is somebody who I used to be a pretty big fan of. I really enjoyed his content. I thought he was really good at his debates, and he was a very cool dude to watch. But ever since somewhere around March, April time of 2019, he started to go downhill. He had started to talk about how he thought workers were dumb, and he was not in favor of worker cooperatives, and he started doing things like praising John Delaney and defending Mayor Pete and Kamala Harris.
See, I've seen this a lot from a lot of other, like,
enjoyed his content. I thought he was really good.
Progressive type, left-wing types on the internet. And honestly, I don't agree with it. Now, I did a stream like talking down Destiny for things that he said. I watched a little bit of Destiny, as you can see. Obviously, I don't watch everything, but I watch a lot of Destiny. About as much as I watch a lot of other progressive shows. And he did take a turn to start talking about to start attacking a lot on the big air quote far left, big left-wing channels that aren't himself. He started talking about socialism versus capitalism debate. He took the side of capitalism. Someone else took the side of socialism. This was a Ben Burgess debate on rent control. That one was interesting. Maybe I'll go over it one day. Peter Coffin. I don't like Peter Coffin, but as you can see, like, big swing towards talking down the left instead of the right, like he used to do. And it's cool that he's expanded. I don't agree with all of his takes. He has a lot of good takes. He's exposed a lot of people as just garbage, and have no basis in any of their claims and can't debate at all. This one, I'm coming to destroy your favorite political commentators. He has like Michael Brooks and Sargon up here, a lot of some other people. I don't know Progressive Voice real name, so I'm just gonna call him Voice.
Of 2019, he started to go downhill. He had started to talk about how he thought workers were dumb, and he was not in favor.
No, Destiny made this. What he's talking about here is Destiny made a claim that workers are just uninformed because they're workers, right? And I think the general public is not too tuned into like the political process and are not too tuned into their politics. They kind of grow up in a house where they have a certain political lean, and they just stay that way for most of their life until they change, usually somewhere like in their 20s and 30s, and after that usually stay pretty stagnant. Now I'm not now he phrased it kind of spicy, but that argument does have some merits. We're just workers, right? And it was against something about how workers are better at making decisions for themselves. I feel like a lot of people aren't. But there's a lot of nuance to that. But he's taking it as, like Destiny said, workers are dumb. They should be led like sheep because they just can't take agency over their own lives, which wasn't what Destiny was saying at all. This is a terrible take by Voice.
And, he started doing things like praising John Delaney, and
now he was speculative of workers cooperatives. I think he had a couple bad takes on that. But I think a lot of people who say they're for workers cooperatives are pretty bad at explaining why and why they're good. So
defending Mayor Pete and Kamala Harris and all this kind of
like the Delaney thing, Mayor Pete thing. He just said that Destiny went over the debates. He talked about them. He wrote things down while they were going on, and he said that Delaney was doing pretty well. I think it was the third debate or fourth debate. I think it was the third one. Delaney had a lot of talking time. He got a lot of hits in on Bernie and Warren. Now, were they good hits? That's up to you. But he did get hits in, and that's all that Destiny was saying, is that he made his case for his political views, and for the average person, he thought that he did it pretty well, which you could agree with. I'm not going to say whether I agree with that or disagree with that. It doesn't really matter. Delaney isn't even in the race anymore. Defending Mayor Pete, I don't know. It was just I didn't agree with his take on his Pete on Pete, but I don't like the way Progressive Voice is going about this, and he's taking a lot of nuance out of Destiny's takes, and it just shows that he's just not someone who cares too much, and I think it shows in his in the content that he produces now, because he's just turned into kind of like a blood sport sort of this show versus that show analytics. He's like the he's like Keemstar for progressive politics on YouTube. As you can see, Kyle Kalinske calls out David Pakman for his bogus take on Medicare for All. Pakman's stream rolls past Kyle Kalinske. Majority Report stays ahead of Jimmy Dore Show. Like, this is what he does, right? He doesn't really make content for himself. He just talks about other content, which I mean is fine, but it's just not the show I'm really into, and it shows.
Kind of stuff. So
let's skip ahead. I want to find some other stuff that he talked about. Miko Loco, Miko Mikasa. I don't like that guy. Let's meet him so I can jump forward a little bit. I'm going to be doing this as well. I'll get to in just a second. There was some other stuff that he said that I didn't like. Oh yeah, where he put Kyle. He puts Kyle in S tier. Now I like Kyle, and I like Secular Talk. He runs a good show.
And I had seen his video about the Human Rights Campaign, the HRC, endorsing Hillary Clinton over Bernie Sanders, and then they had to take down their ratings and everything because everyone was getting so pissed off about that. That was a great video by Mike back in the day. So he makes good, informative content. Of course, he also has some lighthearted content. And
talking about Mike from the Humanist Report,
for sure, absolutely for sure. So he's A tier for sure. Then we are going to toss up Kyle. I'm gonna have to put Secular Talk as an S tier. I don't think I ever took out Kyle from the S tier zone. Just to
be clear, I wouldn't put Kyle at S tier, but I have different reasons for it. The way I'm going to be rating.
I think I had him and David last time, but that's going to be a bit different this time. Secular Talk is obviously always going to be S tier. What I will say is this: although this is more of a general trend that I've been feeling, which is just this sort of lack of enthusiasm for 14. Since like 2015, content is definitely getting kind of dry. I have to say, I don't know. It seems kind of.
Now he puts him at S tier. Says his content's getting kind of dry. He has mostly an emotional reason for putting Kyle up here, which I don't know if he's saying this is his personal opinion. I'm gonna take a little bit of my personal opinion out of the way I'm gonna rate, but I don't agree with Kyle being S tier, especially with all of these other names and faces out here. Kyle's good. Kyle, I really like him, but he's not S tier.
Democratic primary starting. Again, that's about when I started getting into politics, like a few months before that. And, watching his videos covering George W. Bush and all those super interesting things is kind of running out a little bit. So, grind, man. This stuff gets tedious and just repetitive. But
that's true. Politics does get pretty tedious and repetitive. I would like to be more of like a political gaming streamer, kind of like Destiny or whatever, or other people. You just can't do politics all the time. You just can't, unless you're just like unless you do politics as like the content that you make, and then outside you just you just want to live a normal life free of it. I feel like it would just make me sad. It's part of the reason why I don't go on Twitter or anything anymore. I need to like clear out my Twitter list from a lot of political stuff because I just want to see art and cool stuff on Twitter and not as much politics as there is. So yeah, it's a little much, but that's enough of this guy. I'm tired of listening to his voice. Let's get in here and let me do it myself. Democracy Now! Right. So we have a lot of stuff here. Rising. This is a new show that came out. It's really good. I've been watching it. You know, David Pakman, The Rational National. I think this is gonna stand for TYT or not just Cenk himself. Rebel HQ. I'm gonna line these up in the way I want to talk about them. I'm gonna put the majority port here, and Benjamin Dixon and the majority port go together, kind of. Destiny and Hassan are gonna be back to back. Doesn't matter which way they go. Oh, and Michael Brooks show. Okay. So. Oh, what's up, bud? Welcome back. Wi-Fi cut out. I feel you. Wi-Fi's been pretty bad. We actually got our internet changed, and it's been okay. It's been pretty good for my computer. That's why I can stream so much. But it's not been so good for Wi-Fi. It's been weird. It's a weird time. Strange times we live in. Okay. So I don't know what your political leaning is at all, if you have one, if you care. But I'm a progressive guy, okay? I'm a social democrat. That's what I'd say for myself, at the very least. So, Democracy Now! Democracy Now! Is more of there's another one I wanna put these two together. And this one you can go here. Wait. No filter, you're going here. Okay. So, Democracy Now! More of like an actual cable news show. They do a lot of good stuff. I'm going to be rating this as in like S tier would be shows I would personally recommend. That's how I'm going to do this. S tier is shows I would recommend. Or you know what? A tier is shows I would recommend. And then going down are shows that I'd recommend less and less to people. For like someone who would say, hey, I want to get into politics. I really like left-wing politics. I want to get into. I want to learn more. And A tier down, and then S tier would be shows I would 100% off the bat, if I was to recommend one show, I would throw that. So Democracy Now! I don't watch too much Democracy Now! They're pretty good. I would personally recommend them to someone. They do a lot of international news, which is something I think everyone should be cognizant of. You know, I think too often people just think about, you know, my country and that's it, and they don't think about too much about how policies in the country affect people outside of it, and they don't think too far outside of borders, and that's something you really need to think about, because we're all on this planet together, right? And lots of things that we cannot control and can control move across borders. Rising from the Hill. Rising is a really good show. It's an extremely good show. It's set up like any normal cable news sort of show. I'm not sure if they're on TV. I know they are a web series. They put a lot of clips on YouTube. I'm not sure if they're on, and that's where a lot of their views come from. I'm not sure what percentage. Haven't looked into this, but they do a lot of good content. Very progressive leaning. Crystal Ball hosts it, and another guy, I don't know what his name is, but and Crystal Ball has a lot of really good takes. I really have a lot of respect for her. So, and they're not like blindly progressive either, which is something that I like. You know, they can call out when something's dumb, when there are inconsistencies in arguments, but they do come from it and look at the world through a progressive framework, which is something I really appreciate. There's a show I would really recommend everybody go watch, at least a couple things. They do a lot of breakdowns of policy and the candidates running. I'm not sure what they're gonna do once the political season is over. when the presidential season is over. But I hope they keep it up. I really like them. We're gonna get to Kyle and David Pakman now. Kyle Kulinski's Secular Talk and David Pakman's David Pakman Show. These two shows, when it comes to people who watch progressive content online, are two shows that come hand in hand. You know, I feel like there's a lot of crossover between Kyle viewers and Pakman viewers, and I really like both of their shows. But as for shows I would recommend to people who want to learn about progressive politics and learn about the world, I would have to rate Pakman higher. You don't know any of these? Oh, it's all right. Not too many people watch. Well, there's a lot of people online who don't want to be too into progressive politics in general, in the classical sense. But I watch a lot of progressive content, or politically charged content outside of what I normally do. I really like it. I like to be into politics. I want to talk about politics. I want to be a political boy. So, that's just me though. But yeah, these two guys go hand in hand. I personally am a member of David Pakman's website. Pakman has had some pretty bad takes, and if you talk about Pakman anywhere, recently you definitely would hear his criticism on his take on Ilhan Omar, about how what she can say can be anti-Semitic. I don't agree with his takes on Ilhan Omar. I think it was pretty irresponsible of him, and I view him as someone who's pretty good. He's pretty good at debate. For my criteria, I feel like Pakman still edges out Kyle, for reasons that Pakman goes on debates. Kyle rarely goes on debates. Kyle rarely leaves his desk. He talks about the same things. He hammers away at the same talking points, which is good. But as the dude from the Progressive Voice pointed out, like, come on, like you only go so far, and his content felt stale. I really think he needs to branch out, like the Michael Brooks Show, or the Majority Report have, or even like the Rational National or the Humanist Report have. He just hasn't, and he's still a good show, and he's still a powerhouse when it comes to progressive politics. But I feel like he really isn't branching out like he needs to be, and I would put him with I'm gonna rate it as like from left to right. All 8 tiers are gonna be relatively the same, but it's kind of like a character tier list, right? So closer to the left would be closest to S tier, and further away from A would be closest to B tier. And I would put both Pakman and Kyle on A tier as shows I would personally recommend. But Pakman does interviews. Pakman does critiques of other things, just things that Kyle just doesn't do. Pakman does debates. He debated Richard Spencer. He debated Ben Shapiro back in the day. It was a while ago, but he debated Ben Shapiro on gun control, which was a really good debate. And it's just something that Kyle just doesn't branch out and do. Now, obviously, there was a whole fiasco at Politicon, how a lot of people ducked out of debating him and stuff like that, but he has a lot more opportunities that he just doesn't take. So I can't say that he's as like a pragmatically for getting a nuanced view on the world. And he also doesn't go outside of American politics. He only talks about American politics mostly. I think he's talked about AMLO in Mexico a couple times. He's talked about Bolsonaro a couple times, but he really doesn't go outside of American politics too often, especially not when it's politics that don't even pertain to America. Now moving on with the Majority Report and the Michael Brooks Show. These two also going to go hand in hand, as well as kind of the Benjamin Dixon Show. All these shows. I don't watch Benjamin Dixon too often. I do watch the Majority Report and the Michael Brooks Show a decent amount, and I 100% would put the Majority Report and the Michael Brooks Show both ahead of the David Pakman show and this and Secular Talk. Hello? Oh, my headset just shut off. You know what? Let's get a little bit of music. Just a little bit. Oh no, this is gonna play. Don't play anything. We'll get to that later. But the Majority Report, I really love. He talks about a lot of things, right? And he has a whole powerhouse of his guests, like Jamie. He has Michael on, obviously himself, Sam. I think Jamie and I may have a disagreement. Lots of good memes, quality memes come out of the Majority Report. We're gonna talk about something that happened on the show a little bit, but also they talk about a lot of other things that don't pertain to just American politics, so you get a nice, well-rounded view of the world. He does a lot of book reviews. A lot of the books that Sam reads a lot. Pakman reads a lot as well, and he does author interviews about things that pertain to politics or economics through a left-wing framework. And it's a lot of stuff that I respect. Sam recently had, well, it wasn't recently. This is about like a month or 3 months ago. He had a review of a book. It was called Dying of Whiteness. It's about how like white people are personally and tangibly hurt by the ideas that we have about what whiteness is and how it should affect you. And that was really good. And that's something that you just don't get from a lot of other places. And honestly, just thinking about it, I think we're going to move Rising down, because those two shows talk about things that you just wouldn't get from these three. They just don't. And they're definitely shows that I would 100% recommend to people. Actually, I don't think I'm going to use S tier. I'm not really going to use S tier at all. And talking about them together, Michael does he does the same thing. He has a show, like a live stream show on YouTube when something big happens and he talks about it. Kyle does that as well, every once in a while, but to a lesser degree. And a lot of just good things come out of both of these guys. It's great. A tier, great people, great shows. Benjamin Dixon, I would rate Benjamin Dixon the same as Democracy Now! I don't watch him too much. I don't want to throw any shade at him as like a person of color on YouTube. You're doing it. Good job, my boy. Love you. He talks about a lot of good things. I'm not sure how often he has interviews. I'm not sure if he does book reviews. I've watched a couple of his videos and they seem pretty good. Wouldn't be the first person I would recommend just because I don't watch him. Damage Report, Damage Report is a really good show. About on the same level as the David Pakman show and Kyle Kalinske. Behind the Desk, kind of like just the TYT style. Speaking of TYT, I'm going to put them here as well. I really am not. Actually, I'm going to put them down. TYT is going in B tier. Maybe even C tier, honestly. They just don't have that grit of takes. And Cenk is really impassioned, and he's a good guy. He has a big heart, but he's just oh hey bud. Oh, Lim Ninja, thank you so much. I really appreciate the follow. How you doing, bud? You having a good day today? We're doing a political show rating stream. Are you a memer? I am indeed a memer. I meme all day. I'm also a coomer, because I'm always cooming. But yeah, I don't have too much to say about the Damage Report. Pretty good. Ring of Fire. I'll put Ring of Fire, honestly, above Fortnite Burger. Listen. There's something about that worries me. Wait a second. What is this? Wait, let's see. Oh, nice. Wow, it's Rouse. Yep, definitely. Yep, that was indeed a penis. Good work. I'm proud of you. It's amazing. Um, where was I? That penis completely threw me off. I lost my train of thought. I hope you're proud. I don't know about that one. Listen, okay. I have a dick myself. I don't need to be looking at them. Anyways, Ring of Fire with Farron Cousins. Really impassioned guy. Talks about a lot. Great guy. A show I would definitely recommend you subscribing to. Humanist Report. I would honestly put the Humanist Report above Kyle Kalinske. But I'm sorry, bud. I can only do so much cock. Wait, let's click on it. What even is this? Nope. I'm not going anywhere near that site. What the fuck was that? No Filter. She stopped posting a lot. No Filters. I love Anna Kasparian, and she's really good. But she stopped posting about a month ago. After Politicon last month, she stopped posting. There's a lot of good reviews. Well, there's a lot of good interviews. Rebel HQ. Oh, Rebel HQ. I really like Rebel HQ. Oh. I really like Rebel HQ. I'm going to put it above Ring of Fire just because of their Trump rally interviews. It gives you a really good insight into what people on the other side are thinking. And it's a little cut. Oh, hey, bud. Welcome back. Actually, can we watch? Wait a second. I want to duplicate this. Let's go back. I want to watch a Rebel HQ like Trump interview because they're just really good. Actually, they do a lot of media reviews. They talk about the presidential race all through a progressive framework, and it's all really good. Let's Oop, shh, quiet little one. We're gonna put on 125 speed because I hate listening to things when they're slow.
Proceedings, over 50% of Americans think Trump should be impeached and removed from office, but that percentage is even higher when you look at women. Over 60% of women feel that way. So I wanted to ask Trump supporters.
After this, can you put Timmy got thick? TikTok one. I don't know about that. I remember the Timmy Thick meme. I'm not sure if I want to bring it back. He's a great guy, but
think that Trump should be impeached and removed from office than the general public.
Because women tend to vote with their hearts. I asked my aunt, who's a liberal, about why she wanted to vote for Hillary Clinton, and she said because I like her. And I asked if she knew a single vote that Hillary had cast while she was in office. She did not know one. Me and my girl.
But this is like everyone. What are you talking about? Like, people flip-flop all the time because just regular people don't care that much about politics, and it's a lot about personality. A whole lot is about personality. You listen to people who talk about like Joe Biden, and what do they say? They're like, oh, that Joe guy. Oh, what a cool guy. I remember how he was Obama's right-hand man, and he looked at Obama, and Obama looked at him, and they smiled, and what a cool guy. He's just so trusting. I can trust that guy. What? Who? What? Policy? Never heard of her. Anyways, Joe Biden, it's just not something people think about, right? And this happens on all sides. That's just people. Oh, we don't need to do that.
It's also getting her an eviction notice and she can get out. But and that's in the recent news. But
this guy's a piece of garbage, just airing his not even his girlfriend's dirty laundry on like a public forum that she's getting evicted or whatever because apparently she's lazy. I think this I don't know who this girl is, but she seems pretty garbage. No, it's not. It's Timmy Thick. Oh, wait, what? Oh, Tommy got hacked. My bad. I thought you said Timmy Thick. Tommy got hacked altogether. On TikTok, put it in Google. I'll put it in Google in a second. Once we're done with this, I'll think about it.
She agrees with equal EBT, equal insurance. I can't do that. But,
I don't know what that means.
I've come to find out a lazier adult. Just like the type of people who complain about their bills and I don't make enough money, but they're 40 years old working at McDonald's, a job that is made for a college kid.
I mean, if you're working a job, I think you should be paid to live. I mean, if you can't live and you're working, okay. I don't know if that makes you lazy. If you were born in financial destitute, I mean, that's not really your fault, and it's hard to get out of that. When we have what was it? I saw these statistics. It was like we have in this country, the United States, we have like a 30%. Oh, it's your TikTok. You have a TikTok. Wow. I had TikTok once, and it was like when I was with my ex, and it was just to support her. But I don't care about TikTok too much anymore. But sure. Where was I? Yeah, we have like a 30% financial mobility, financial mobility, like socioeconomic mobility. So that would be like someone from low class moving to middle class and someone middle class moving to upper class. That's 30%. So if you were born into poverty, there's a 70% likelihood that you're going to stay in poverty. And that has nothing to do with like how hard you work. Because you can work people who are poor work really hard. Like 9 times out of 10, I would guarantee it that people who are poor work extremely hard. And he's just, disparaging them, screw you.
You can't sit back and take the less of things and then complain about it.
Why do you think it's higher for women than for the rest?
Yeah, like you just chose to be poor. Just taking the less of things. I forget this guy.
To the country.
Because he's blunt. He's very blunt.
He's very dumb as well.
Grabbing him by the P word. I won't say it. Come on, he's a guy. It's guy talk. All right?
Pussy.
Some people can handle it. She can handle it. Can you handle it, honey?
I can handle it. Listen, most of the general public has got loose lips. I have loose lips. Not always, but sometimes. We all have loose lips.
That camera guy's got
Some
loose
people
lips.
have more than others, but because of that, he should be impeached. Come on, give me a break. If he should be impeached because he's got loose lips, then we all should be impeached for
I
something.
think it's more just about the quid pro quo with Joe Biden.
Then why'd you bring it up?
Everything that went on, the women's got a bad idea of Democrats at the very beginning. They look bad. So in that view, I think the women have a bad side that they were served at the very beginning. And once
Wait, I didn't get to it, but one of these guys said something really kind of sexist.
But they're, their bills and I don't make enough about a lazier adult. Equal. She agrees.
Where was it?
It's also a girlfriend do not.
She was in office. She did not. And
She removed from office, then.
Oh, here it is. It was this guy, right?
because women tend to vote with their hearts.
Because women tend to vote with their hearts. Yep. That's my boy right there. Look at that. Women, am I right? Unthinking cretins. Anyways, let's move on. Rebel HQ, very good. Love them. Ooh, wow. What emotes? I love those emotes. Rational National. He's a Canadian. Oh, hey, bud. What's up? Hello? Hi. Rational National, Canadian, talks about Canadian politics. Really good. I love him. I followed him through the last Canadian election. My TikTok. I'll go over your TikTok in a second, bud. I'm working it. I have a stream to do. Okay, I'm streaming it. Okay, he's good. Honestly, I'd put him below Kyle. Because he also doesn't really do debates. He just does his show, which is fine. He streams sometimes. It's cool. Great guy. Hassan Piker, I would not recommend. Yeah, I'm streaming, dude. I would not recommend Hassan. He has some pretty bad takes. He's kind of a woke scold. I don't really like him at all. as like a person or a political commentator. He's just not someone I really. I'm a bad multitasker. How dare you? Dios mío. Someone control this chat. Not someone I care too much about. I don't like him. I'd put him in C tier? D tier. I'm putting him in D tier. I don't like him. He's bad. Destiny. The all controversial Destiny. Destiny did a lot of good things back in the day. Back in 2016 to 2018, Destiny was actually, I'd put like A tier, like here or something, like here. Really good. Recently he's been doing a lot of left-wing critique commentary, which isn't bad. Honestly, I think it's really good. He's exposed a lot of people for being just crass losers, like Central Committee, Mike from PA, him, Alabrel, Hassan, just a lot of other guys who are just really bad at substantiating their points. The only reason that they are what they are is because they were born to a left-wing family and then they just became left-wing commentators. They haven't grounded any of their beliefs in any like moral, like good moral systems. The only thing that separates them and the people that they criticize are just how they grew up. A lot of spicy takes. I would recommend I'd put him in B. Destiny is the top for me. Destiny is the top of B tier, right? He has a lot of spicy takes. He has a lot of takes I don't agree with. Oh, is this such a this is a hard this is the first real hard one for me to put because I really like Destiny actually. Not necessarily as a person, but as someone who produces like good left-wing content, I'd 100% say he's good. And I'd recommend a lot of his older content, and I'd recommend some of his newer content. He's had a lot of bad takes. Bolivia is one of them. What socialism would mean for the world is one of them. But he's not a dumb guy, and he's definitely not as bad as a lot of people say. Jimmy Dore's F tier, and I'll get back to him. Joe Rogan also, as like a left-wing political commentator, also F tier. Jamal Thomas, I'm not going to rate him. This guy also F tier. I'm gonna get to them. Progressive voice, D tier. Like low D tier. If I could put him like all the way over here, I would. Like top of F tier, low D tier is where I put progressive voice. And I don't know this guy much, so I'm also not gonna rate him. I don't know these three as well. But there's a big disparity here, right? Most people are in A tier, couple people in B tier, and then some in D and some in F. Rogan's bad because, and this comes up a lot in this comment section, Rogan flip-flops on what he believes necessarily depending on who's on the show, right? You have Bernie Sanders on. He's like, oh, Medicare for all, this, that, the left is good, left is best. He has Ben Shapiro on. What's going on? I mean, what do you mean? Yeah, the world, we're on a fallen state. You know, the left is kind of crazy. They're going on the deep end. It's just, and you'll find all of these things, and you can actually have him debate himself if you put together everything that he does. And for someone who has the most popular podcast on the planet, I don't know if you guys knew that, but the Joe Rogan Experience is the most popular podcast on the planet, right? This guy. And with someone with such a massive reach to be so irresponsible with what he says and the people he brings on and how he challenges people, because he still treats himself like he's Destiny. He treats himself like he's David Pakman, right? Or Kyle with just like a little show, and he doesn't treat himself as like someone with an important voice and someone who can change a lot of people's minds, someone who a lot of people look up to and how he should treat himself. He treats himself as a dude who has a bunch of friends and and wants to learn about a lot of things and just has a show, and he's just a guy with a show, and that's how he treats himself. And I feel like we should hold public figures to a higher standard than what Joe holds himself to. Not that he's a bad guy. I know a lot of people on the left say he's just garbage and like a Ben Shapiro level. He's not. I think personally he's pretty progressive, but he's just not someone I care about, and not someone I would ever say would be a good advocate for left-wing ideas. Period. Nico. I don't like Nico House. I really don't like Nico House. As Progressive Voice said, he's kind of like one of those Tulsi sycophants. I watched one video from him and I thought it was really garbage. I can't say too much more about him. He just really likes Tulsi. He doesn't seem to have like necessarily good or cogent views about the world that I can respect. Not as in like I don't respect him as a person. I just can't respect his views because I don't know what they are. But honestly, Jimmy Dore is back here. Jimmy Dore is all the way back here. Bottom tier, Jimmy Dore. And honestly, Hassan is bottom tier of D tier. Jimmy Dore, he runs a lot of interference for Trump. He seems like someone who's not too concerned with like the practical ideas of leftism in general, and mostly cares about just super purity. The same sort of like purity testing that like centrists try to accuse progressives of. He actually is. You try to say anything that's anywhere outside of the normal, just like mainstream progressive like political views, and he's on you like that. You try to do anything pragmatic to try and get yourself elected, because you don't have to compromise all of your views to get something done, but you do have to compromise in general. Like, we live in a representative democracy, right? You can't just go in like gung-ho with like everything that you believe and just go, hey, this is me and I'm not going to waver absolutely at all, and I'm not going to work with anybody. This is me, and take it or leave it. You're not going to get anywhere ever. I remember he went ham on the squad, like AOC and Ayanna Pressley and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. He went ham on them for taking a picture with Nancy Pelosi, saying, we're working together, women in Congress. It was like a women in Congress thing that some magazine did, and it was like a photo shoot with them, and he went off on them, like, Nancy did this and that, and she's not for this, but you have to. She's the leader of the House, right? Not only is she the Speaker of the House, but she's also the leader of the Democratic Party in the House, and she's the third most powerful politician in the country. And to sacrifice such an important moment, it's just not pragmatic. And I don't think he really cares. I think he just cares about the theatrics and the aesthetics of being progressive, and not the actual practical use of it. So that's me, and that's my tier list. And this is what I would say, Majority Report, these guys all the way up here. If I was to recommend one show in particular to anybody who wants to get into progressive politics, or who wants to care about politics and cares about people and minorities and all this and that, all the good stuff, first one I would ever recommend would be the Majority Report. And after that, everyone else just falls in line. Joe Rogan, I don't put Joe Rogan in F tier. Hopefully I explained my reasoning for putting Joe in F tier. It's not the same reason for putting Jimmy Dore in F tier, and it's not the same reason for putting Nico House in F tier. Progressive Voice, Hassan, I don't like these guys. I think before I even got to it, I explained why these guys are pretty bad. Destiny, nowhere near as bad as people say he is. Benjamin Dixon, cool guy. TYT, biggest show out there, biggest progressive channel out there, I'm pretty sure. They're a pretty big progressive organization. Just not someone I would recommend. So hopefully this is good. I'm pretty let me see if I can. I think I'm fine with this. I think I'm pretty fine with this. I'm pretty happy with this, honestly. I'm pretty happy with this list. I'll put my name on this. I'll put my stamp on that. So this is me. This is my progressive tier list. Progressive Voices, Poo Poo Garbo, and I'm always right. Remember that. Cool. So that's done. Let's move this over here and get rid of it. Thank you. And now we have this chick. Her name is Liability Lefty. And she made this video about what BreadTube can leave in 2019. Hot takes. She has some hot takes. Now this is going to be just like a mental dump. Brodu, hey, hello Brodu. This is just gonna be like hot takes and just like a mental dump from someone who turned on the camera and started talking. points aren't necessarily cogent, but she would want to put. I think let's say they, just to be nice, let's say they would like to put their ideas out there. You've been waiting. You've been waiting. Wait. Oh yeah. You wanted me to do your what phone? Chill. You wanted me to do your TikTok, right? Yeah, I know, right? Okay. Yeah, no Splat. He chill. He can chill out just a little bit. It's all right. We're gonna play the music. We're gonna play music. We're gonna play Sanctuary by Joji. All right, Sanctuary by Joji. I'm gonna put his What is this? Put it into Google. What am I looking at? Hey, let's hop on TikTok then. Do I need an account to get on TikTok? I hope not. Oh, I can't look at TikToks on computer. Sucks. Just look on Google on PC. Okay. Kombucha girl. Tommy got hacked, right? There are like 3 results that came up. Tommy Hilfiger's fashion line. Account being hacked. What is this? Is it called Gold Clash Tommy? I don't think that's you. Are you Gold Clash Tommy? Okay. When I type that in, all I'm getting is like, I want to keep this off stream. There's nothing. I don't want anything to pop up on screen that I don't want. I mean, I'm streaming on YouTube too, so YouTube has a lot more lax laws than Twitch does. Oof indeed. Hey bud, I am streaming on Mixer. I'm streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Mixer all at the same time. Isn't it sick? Yeah, I'm 2 steps ahead of you, bud. Who do you think you are? Never come at me again, okay? Stream on Pornhub? Ah, you got me there. I'm not sure. Is that even possible? I'll go into my stream.io sometime. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Tommy. I don't know what you're talking about, Tommy. It's possible? Yeah, but when I get banned, I thought Pornhub only likes it when you stream porn and nothing else. Because there was something that got posted on Pornhub. A lot of and Pornhub is an option on OBS. That's actually super funny. That's super funny. Wait, let me see. Oh, I can't do it. I'm streaming right now, so I can't look. streaming to Pornhub. Rick and Morty season 4 episode 3 was streamed on. Oh yeah, that's what it was. It was like an unreleased Rick and Morty episode or whatever was streamed to Pornhub because it would be deleted on like YouTube and Twitch or whatever, and they get a DMCA'd. That's funny. Okay, where were we? We're gonna go over this. We're gonna go over this chick, right? We're gonna go over this chick because she says some dumb stuff that I don't agree with. Like the like to dislike bar isn't too friendly.
Okay, so we're at the end of the year pretty much, and I have some thoughts as a proudly terminally online person. And my thoughts wait for no one, not even for me to go get my makeup. That's why I'm talking to you bare face, not even my brows on. All right, let's get into it. So today I'm going to talk about
My
things
dog
that
is licking
LeftTube
herself.
can leave behind in 2019. Because this has not been a great year for LeftTube. So I kind of want to talk about that. Number one thing we can leave behind in 2019: making survivors feel like shit.
Yeah, I did that. I did the custom thing, but I'm streaming to Restream.io instead of Pornhub. But I didn't know it says Pornhub. As all the porn sites does have my free cams. Can I restream to my free cams? That's amazing. I don't know if you ever did it, but we did the like let's look on. I couldn't do that on stream, but it was like going around on my free cams and finding just like random people with super small like porn streams and in commenting and seeing what they were doing. There was like a really pregnant lady just like rolling around on the floor and like fingering herself, and there was who else was it? There was there was a really fat hairy guy that Patrick was like chastising, and he would be like, "Hey big boy, play with your belly." It was hilarious. Oh my gosh. I can't see now. That's a Pornhub stream right there. That's an exclusive Patreon/Pornhub stream. We meme on people in my free cams. That's funny.
And platforming people who are assaulters or who have made apologies or have said that they don't believe an assaulter did something or that a harasser did something. So
see this person is really hard to understand. Like I said, they're just throwing their ideas out there in no cogent fashion whatsoever.
Made apologies or have said that they don't believe an assaulter did something or that
platforming assaulters, right? Now obviously I'm of the firm belief that if you do something wrong to a certain extent and then you apologize for it, in the social stance, obviously in the social marketplace, obviously it can destroy your credibility. But I think if you sincerely apologize and then you work on not repeating the action, and we can like clearly see that you are for one, truly remorseful, and two, take steps to never do it again, then in my view, you are forgiven, right? You're actually forgiven. And I can see how someone could do something wrong in a moment. Like, we'll all do bad things that that won't personally go with our moral philosophy, that we'll just do, you know, because we're human and we make mistakes. And that's something I feel like you can do while still being in the public space, as long as you say sorry, as long as you take like reasonable steps to do it. Now, a lot of these people on the left, this is the we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back around, right? The title. Everybody's cringy except for me. This person is probably of the belief. Now, I don't want to characterize her beliefs too hard. Yeah, I'm sorry I murdered your dad and you left to get milk. Yeah, I got you a new dad. He looks just like the other one. Yeah, you can you can't just be like, hey, I'm sorry I killed your dad and whatever. Oh, it was a big mistake. But I think even murderers, right? You can, depending on the situation. Now, obviously, if you're like a crazy psychopath who saw someone cross the street in a way you didn't like because you didn't like the way they were walking, and you like club them over the head with a shovel, all like The Shining style. Now, obviously, that person is much harder to forgive. And forgiving someone doesn't mean specifically like, hey, hey BP. Now, forgiving someone doesn't mean that you should just be like, hey, you're forgiven. Want to come to the Christmas party this year? You don't have to do that. But you can easily forgive someone for what they've done and not treat them like they've never said sorry in the first place. I'm giving life lessons. I'm giving life lessons because the left is like lots of people on the left are cringy. Except for me. And they're just people who I think give the political ideology that I personally subscribe to a bad name. It's like when I see other black people doing dumb things. And then this probably isn't good, but I see other black people doing bad things. And this is something I could talk about at another point in time. Because when it comes to African Americans, at least in this country, in a lot of certain ways, you know, obviously this stance is going to have nuances and there's going to be stipulations and asterisks on this. But in a lot of ways, black people are seen as like a group, and the way that we go about the world is seen as being part of a community. You know, I have no connection. No, I am from New York, and I have very little connection with the black people who are from New York, and I have very little connection with the black people from obviously like Alabama or Atlanta, or the black people from like Los Angeles. These are lots of different people with lots of different cultures, just like, you know, the US is multicultural. Same with black people. Now there's obviously things that tie these groups together. They're not just like out in space with no connection to each other because we live in a globalized society. But when these people do actions, and when this person puts out a video like this, yeah, the door is, I have no idea what's going on with this door. It looks like the FBI bust down their door and just wait. It looks like the FBI bust down their door like they were Jeffrey Epsteining somebody. But yeah, when someone puts out a video like this and other people see it, whether they be from the left or right or center, they make me look bad, and they make my job harder, right? For trying to convince people that my political ideology is one that they should subscribe to if they want a better world where everyone is treated more fairly. I don't even know what this is. I've watched it once through. I'm not sure how involved you are in politics, but BreadTube is what's called BreadTube is what colloquial I can't speak today. Colloquial name for left-wing YouTube, right? All these feminists trying to speak for minorities, that it's insane. Yeah, there's lots of people trying to speak for minorities, which I mean can be a good thing. A lot of times it's a bad thing because a lot of people don't know the correct ways of doing it. In this world where you can put something out on YouTube, right? This person just sat down, turned on their phone or whatever, and recorded a video, got 495 views. Probably didn't even expect to get reach that many people, and now you're a public figure, and you're just a person, right? So obviously you're not going to have the same like political acumen as someone who's like a seasoned vet to it, and it's easy to see the worst of people when they're just putting out their beliefs. And her door is actually garbage, and I have no idea what's going on. The whole back, there's a foosball table back here. What's going on? Anyways,
Harasser did something. So, you know, we can leave.
I'll talk about this at length. Let's go further.
We can leave behind. I know everything about this case. I don't believe the victims, and we are leaving.
I don't know. I mean, if you know something, if you know, obviously, people hyperbolize how much they believe, and I'm not sure if she. Oh, in this video, she's going to subtweet a lot of people. I'm going to point it out for you because, like I said, I'm not sure how many of you people are really up to date with like politics or whatever. You're so glad you're playing Gungeon. Heck yeah, I'm probably gonna play Gungeon soon too. But I don't know how up to date you are with these sorts of people that she's going to be subtweeting. But I'm in the political space on YouTube a lot, so I understand what she's gonna say. And it's gonna be kind of like dog whistling. It's gonna go over some of your head, so I want to point it out to you.
Behind.
What she say? But yeah, like if you know something about it, obviously some people are gonna say, "Oh, I know everything about this case." The victims, big air quotes, victims, the accusers are lying. Now, obviously that can be true, and obviously it can be false. We have to take this on a case-by-case basis, but I feel like a lot of people just generalize this to a lot of different situations and refuse to use nuance, which completely destroys your argument and leaves you 100% susceptible to like nuance trolls.
I know everything about this case. I don't believe the victims, and we are leaving behind Vosh. We're leaving behind Vosh. I don't know how he got picked in the first place because it's no.
Exactly. You have to look at objectively. You have to look objectively at facts, which can be tricky. All I can see from the political side of the internet is stuff about Trump's impeachment. Depending on where you go, yeah, definitely. And I mean, you should see a lot of stuff about Trump's impeachment. We've only impeached three presidents in the entire run of this country. What's that, like 8%? Yeah, I mean, it's really big. It's a really big event to impeach a president. So, isn't it too late to impeach him? It's never too late to impeach a president. I think you can actually impeach a president after they leave office. I'm not sure. Yeah, he also has like a whole year left. Yeah, it's not too late to impeach him. I think he's done a lot of impeachable offenses, but we can get into that at another time. He 100% should be impeached. But as we say, impeachment is a political process, and to do it, you have to have a pragmatic view of the political landscape and do it at a time that's beneficial to you. Yeah, it's been 3 years. It honestly, these last 3 years feel like they've been flying by. From more like 4 to me. Yeah, like I said, the years have been flying by. Really weird how fast it's been going. I feel like it was only yesterday I was back in 12th grade, the beginning of 12th grade when Trump got into office. It was pretty wild. I lost my train of thought.
Know that he's a sexual harasser.
Oh yeah, Vosh. She name dropped this person. His name is Vosh. Now I can't show him on stream. I can't look up his YouTube. I can't show any of his streams. I can't play any of his voice because I will be banned. Well, temporarily banned. My Twitch account will be suspended. Because Vosh got banned from Twitch for being too spicy, and once a character is banned from Twitch, you can't play anything from them. You can't play anything about him. You can't show any of their videos. I'm not sure if you can even show their image, but yeah, so I'm not gonna do that. But Vosh, he's a political commentator. He's a video gamer. He's a memer. He's a dreamer. He's slapping. He's clapping. He's memeing. He's dreaming. But on YouTube because he got banned from Twitch. Right. I should stream Home Alone 2. You know what? I'm small enough. I probably won't get content claimed for playing Home Alone 2. So I just might. We'll see. He was elected when you were a freshman and now you're a senior. Yeah, it's wild. Weird how long 3 years can be. Amazing. But yeah, he was banned. And what happened with Vosh is that Vosh was on a Discord with a guy, was on a Discord with Destiny, right? Yes, I'll stream it on Pornhub. You got it, bud. Finally, we have the end of the year Pornhub stream. It's all coming together. Less chance of getting banned, 100%. So he was on a Reddit, not Reddit, Discord. He was on Discord, and there was this girl that he sexually harassed on Discord. No pictures were sent, but he was harassing her, right? And that's wrong, and that should be condemned, and we should not allow that. I'm 100% of the mindset that we should not allow that. But I like Vosh. And I respect Vosh as a person, and I watch his content. And I don't want to let that cloud my ideas of what we do to people and how we treat people in these specific situations, because I think this really shows where people separate. The people who mean well and the people who just like the aesthetics of being left-wing, right? Vosh did something wrong. He sexually harassed a girl, right? Now, it's is not as bad as a lot of people say it is, but it's still bad and it's wrong and we should condemn it. But a lot of people blow it out of proportion. A lot of people do this on Twitter, right? And it's once you've done something wrong, it completely impugns your character and you can never be good again. And I am 100% against that. And that's wrong. And that's the part of cancel culture that I don't like, right? It's perfectly fine to call out something that's wrong, and it's perfectly fine to condemn someone and their actions when they do something wrong. But like I said earlier, you can say sorry, and you can take steps not to do it again, and you can take steps to show people that you are truly sorry, you understand what you did, and you're ready to move on with your life. And I think the rest of the world should too. Not that should be completely erased from your character, because obviously he had the ability to do it, but we all have the ability to do something wrong. But he acted on that ability and he did it, and it's wrong. And he made an apology video and was very sincere. It was one of the only sincere YouTube apology videos that I actually liked. But a lot of people take it out of proportion, and a lot of people won't separate this from its character. And this is one person that does, and she's going to say something that I think is disgusting. I believe in just a second.
I don't know how he got picked in the first place because it's known that he's a sexual harasser, but the sexual harassment, the transphobia, all of that can just go away. Number 2, we can kind of, it's known that he's a sexual harasser. We're leaving behind Vosh. I don't know how he got picked in the first place because it's known that he's a sexual harasser, but the sexual harassment, the transphobia, all of that can just go away. Number 2.
See, this is, I don't even know how to respond to this because she's not giving any points. She's just like, Vosh, sexual harassment, transphobia, screw that, go away. What am I supposed to say to that? I mean, okay, like that's your personal opinion. You don't like him. He sexually harassed someone. That's true, and that's wrong. But I think we can move on with our lives. The person he did it to had the strength to move on. I think we can as well. And we don't have to erase that from his character and pretend it didn't happen, but we can move on, right? But these people can't. And I don't even know how he got big. He got big because he does really good content. And honestly, I would recommend Vosh. He wasn't on there, and I'm glad he wasn't because I don't want to get banned. Like temp banned. But I would recommend Vosh to any one of you guys. If you're interested in left-wing politics, leftism, left-wing critiques of the world, he has a lot of really good takes. I don't agree with everything that he says, but he has a lot of really good takes, and he cares a lot about practicality, pragmatism, and what's possible within the political environment that we find ourselves in. Really good guy. His name is Vosh on YouTube, and I recommend him. Yeah, I don't know how he got big. I don't like him. We can leave him behind. He's not going to be left behind. He's bigger than this person. He's bigger than this person ever will be.
We can kind of leave behind cis people's opinions on trans discourse.
This is terrible. This is one of the worst things that I've ever heard in my entire life. As someone who's personally a big advocate for trans rights, feller, as a personally who's a big advocate for trans rights and trans discords. As someone who's personally a big advocate for trans rights, I hate this. This is disgusting. I can't believe she would say this. Like 99% of the population in this world is cis. And if you guys don't know what cis just means not trans. So you're cis if you're not a trans man or trans woman. You're cis if you're not agender. You're cis if you're not gender fluid. You're cis if you're not intersex. And congratulations, that's most of the world. Can you even imagine trying to have a conversation about like trans issues and the way trans people advocate for their own ideals and their own like way they want to be treated without taking in other people's opinions? Like, what are you talking about? Who are you? You cretin? You buffoon? You idiot? Like like any person that chimes in, no matter what they're saying, they have to be a card-carrying trans person to have any sort of opinion on this. This is the same people who say like white people can't have an opinion on like things that happen in the black, like big air quotes, community. Most of this country, especially in the U.S., is white, right? Or at least not black. Like, how are you even gonna have a conversation? Imagine if Martin Luther King had his I Have a Dream speech, but to get into the crowd, he had like bodyguards on the outside, and he had like the what was it? Like the little card that you find in Home Depot when you look at paintings, and it goes from like super albino white to like basically Christmas coal black, and you have to be like a certain shade to get in. Like, who are you? white people can't have an opinion when spicy stuff is actually spicy. Facts. I'm not sure if this person identifies as trans. I haven't heard them say anything about pronouns, so personally I'm saying they when I'm referring to them. Just to be nice. Something that lots of other people seem to not like, just even thinking about other people's feelings at all when you're trying to converse with other people. White people can't have an opinion when spicy stuff is actually spicy. 110%, my boy. They can't have an opinion when spicy stuff is actually spicy. I'll only take the opinion of a card-carrying Latino Hispanic person when it comes to if something is actually spicy, or an Asian person, right? Because wasabi and hot chili oil is in their blood. It runs through their veins. But white people don't get an opinion, okay? Me and Chance were eating at Red Lobster once because we're balling like that, and we decided to have a little date at Red Lobster, and we got the dumplings because for some reason Red Lobster has dumplings. Hot take, but parents that push their children to become trans. I'll get into that. I want to talk about that in a second, but let me finish my spicy story. We ordered the dumplings. For some reason, Red Lobsters have dumplings, and we were actually memeing because it said in the description that it comes with a spicy sauce that like white people can't take spice, and oh Karen, the food this year is really spicy. What's up with this? And she's like, oh honey, I used pepper. He's like, oh, it's really spicy. Pass me the milk. And so she handed us it, and she said, guys, watch out, it's really spicy. I burned myself. I had to grab some water when I tried it, and we tasted it, and it was the most mild sauce that you've ever had in your entire life. It wasn't spicy at all. I was blown away. It was the same sort of spice that you get from like eating too much cinnamon. And we just cracked up. And then she came back. She was like, hey guys, what's up? Are you guys okay? You're like, oh man, oh, it was so spicy. Oh, you're so right. Could I have another cup? Can you refill my cup of water? Oh man. Oh, I could barely make it through it. This kid. Yes, white people don't have an opinion on spice. Remember that. I really don't see that as like in this world, lots of things happen, Kyle. Do people, let's agree on something. Are there instances where human beings who are parents push their children to become trans? Yes. And that's wrong. Is it an actual problem that we need to look at? I would say no, not really. Because it doesn't happen on a level that we should care about. Now, when it does happen, should we care about it? 100%. But something that we should like add to our list of things to like actively care about on any given day, I would say no, personally. My child touches. I walked through the kids section, and my 3-year-old picked up a Barbie doll for a second, so I think he might be a girl. Does that happen? Yeah, definitely, and that's wrong. But I really think it depends on how far it'll go. Now, I see a lot of people doing the saying like it's child abuse to raise your kid like quote unquote genderless. Don't give them like boy toys or girl toys, or even buy them both gendered toys and let them pick. I don't see a massive problem with that. We're trying to push them in a certain direction is wrong, and I would also say that it's wrong to push them to be straight. And I see a lot of people who come from really uninformed backgrounds who try to say things like, oh, I can't believe you let your kid do this. I can't believe you let your kid do that. Like there was one story from this, what was it? I think it was, crap. Let me bring it up. The Breakfast Club. It was from the Breakfast Club. And this girl said that she took her son to the nail salon with her because, no one's going to babysit her. Babysitting is expensive, or like daycare is expensive. So she took her kid with her to the nail salon, and, they were talking, they were chatting up. I think it was like and then the son was like, hey, I want my nails to be painted. Now, I think it takes there's two different people who go there. Right? Like you take your son to the nail salon with you as a mom. Your son says, hey, I want my nails painted too. What do? Do you let your son get his nails painted? That's what he wants. Do you say no, you can't do that? Like, there are lots of things that go into that, and I feel like you don't have to be a bad person or good person necessarily to pick one decision or the other, but I think why you pick a decision over the other can tell us a lot about who you are. And I think the person who denies the kid that because it's gay is a bad parent. And I think the parent who says yes enthusiastically and tries to push other things that are more seen as feminine onto the kid, I think is also bad, because you shouldn't try to lead. There are things that we should try to lead our kids in, right? I think personally, I'm no parent. I think I have great parents, but there are like lanes that we can lead our kids down, right? Like eating well, doing well in school, being a good person to others, that thing. But the sexuality of your kid, the gender expression of your kid, those things, I really don't think you should be pushing your kid to do those things. And I think it's like BP, you said it's confusing kids. I think that's confusing kids, right? What does it tell you to say that my parents say who I can and cannot love and what clothes that are appropriate, mind you, I can and cannot wear, and how I express myself as a man, woman, or whatever you want to call yourself? I think that's wrong, and I don't believe that's a parent's place to judge that in their kids and try to lead them down a certain path that they've chosen for them. Same thing with trying to like force your kid into college, right? Let's say your kid wants to be like a mechanic, right? He wants to be a mechanic or a some sort of technician that doesn't necessarily require college. Now, obviously, it's good to have a college degree, and the stats show that people with at least some college, not even like have a degree, with some college, on average get higher paying jobs and more stable jobs. But not everybody's path lies through college. Now, it's okay to push your kids, say, hey, you know, if you don't know what you're doing, like this or that, like if you still need time to go to college, that's fine. But to like 100% hammer, like you need to go to college or you're failing in life, I don't think that's right. Let's look back at what you guys were saying, because I was just doing my little rant thing. Absolutely, it's not wrong to push them toward. Absolutely, it's wrong to push them towards one preference. Yeah, I think so. It's 100% wrong to do that. You shouldn't do that. Kids don't know better, to be honest, so you can't make the decision for them. Yeah, I don't think you should make the decision for them. Let them do it. Like if your son is like walks into the nail salon with you and he wants his nails painted, like I don't know, if you want to give him like a clear coat or even black, whatever, who cares, you know? And if he grows out of it tomorrow and he wants the nail polish off, take it off. Like, it's easy. You explore a lot of things when you're kids, when you're a kid, and I think that's one of them. And I think that's one area that that parents should give their kid a lot of a lot of breathing room to figure themselves out, because that's how you lower the suicide rate in people who find themselves on a certain spectrum, and that's how you make a happier society and a happier person. Instead of like forcing them into, oh, you have to be 100%, like, this is my personal idea of what a man should be and you have to fit it or else you're not a man, or this is the femininity that you have to be, and if you don't fit it, you're not a woman and you're wrong, and you're deviant and you're wrong for that. I don't think that's something you should do. Let's move on with this video.
So, like, whenever a popular YouTuber who has leftist fans who claim she's a leftist for some reason talks nonsense about non-binary people for a year straight, and then non-binary people finally just like get fucking sick of it, maybe we can listen to them and not say, oh, she's not a true scum, she did a video about true scum. No, because the word true scum is banned in her subreddit. And don't get me started on, oh, it's just an abusive mod. Fuck that. Also, in 2019, we were leaving behind abusive mods.
Okay, so this is
maybe we can.
Let's go back over this point one more time, because I'm gonna call this subtweeting. She's subtweeting someone here, and I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it, but her name is ContraPoints, and ContraPoints is a trans YouTuber who does philosophy videos about transness, leftism, left-wing politics, the right, Nazism, stuff like that. She does like the long-form video essays kind of thing. Yeah, you've heard of them. ContraPoints, or Natalie Wynn. That's her real name. So she's subtweeting Natalie Wynn here, and there was a controversy. I'm not sure if you caught any wind of it, but Natalie Wynn is a trans YouTuber. She made a video about, I'm not sure exactly what, I forgot. I think it was about like non-binary people, and she said that there's a lot of like preferencing I have to do here. True scum equals you have to have dysphoria to be trans. Yes, true scum. Now, Natalie personally describes herself as like an old school tran. That's what she says. Now, yeah. Well, now when she described that, what she meant was the idea that what her idea of what transness is she wants to transition from being a man to a woman and then blend in seamlessly and disappear into society, right? Instead of being called out or being seen as or being known as a trans woman, she wants to be seen as and known as and accepted as a woman. And that's how she sees herself, right? But personally, what she said was she sees that a lot of the Zoomer trans and like the younger trans people want to be seen as and known as and accepted as a trans person in some regard, and are fine with like the modesty kind of thing and blending in, but they don't want to blend in as much, or else even they don't care as much about blending in, right? Like you're trans and proud, that kind of thing. That's not something necessarily that Contra would say. Even though she is proud to be trans, she wouldn't say that necessarily because she doesn't want to be seen as trans woman. Like I said, she wants to be seen as a woman. And she got into a little spat with non-binary people on Twitter, and Twitter is like a hellhole for any political idea and the death of any like actual commentary with any person who doesn't believe exactly what you believe, right? Because she said this, and she said the same thing about non-binary, said something about non-binary people. I'm not sure exactly. There were some tweets that went out that people said were super incriminating, and how she said that, you have to have dysphoria to be trans, which isn't something that Natalie actually believes. I'll do a stream on Blair White sometime, because Blair White is actually a terrible person. I think Blair White is actually a terrible person and a horrible advocate for trans rights. I don't like her. She had a really good debate with Ben Shapiro. But outside of that, Blair White is true scum, for one, and Blair White is a heathen and someone who's really bad for trans activism. She's like an Uncle Tom of trans people. But I'll get into that at a later date. I don't want this to turn into a Blair White stream. I always saw it in a way like, fine, I'll call you a woman, but you can't get offended when I call you a guy, because automatically... I feel like, Kyle, you've probably met a couple trans women. I'll talk about her at a later date, because I have a lot of things to say about Blair White. I really don't like Blair White. We have to get into a couple videos of hers. And I think you'll at least come into some sort of agreement with me when it comes to her advocacy of trans rights and trans ideals, and how she's just not very good at it, and not someone I would like to have anywhere near the followers that she does, or be just like absconded from the internet entirely, if not. But I feel like you've met a couple trans people that you haven't even noticed, because trans people care a lot about their image, right, and how they're seen, because they want to pass and they don't want to be clocked as a trans person. Non-passing trans people, that's something that keeps them up at night, right? Trans people care a lot. Like, Blair White, right? She wants to go from being and seeming masculine to being and seeming feminine. And I feel like if you saw Blair White just on the street, you wouldn't even clock her, right? She's pretty. Like, I'll give her that. She's a pretty girl. And she's very, very, very feminine, right? And it's because that over feminization is overcompensating for the feel of that dysphoria, and trying to push yourself as far as possible away from what you used to be. Yeah, and some people don't have the resources for like things like surgery. Blair White is an extremely rare cause. Like, she went through a masculine puberty and then had the ability to get surgeries. You wouldn't call it overcompensating? Well, I've heard this. I'm just kind of echoing the ideas that a lot of trans people have said. When I listen to them talk, it's the sort of like just trying to appear as a woman. Obviously, that's not overcompensating. But I'm trying to say, like, the hyper femininity is overcompensating, because a lot of trans people fear being clocked and they want to move as far away as possible from that. I think we'll agree on that. I don't want to make it come off as like, oh, a trans woman is just overcompensating because she knows she's a man. Now that'd be terrible. Yeah, the woman. Yeah, it's ma'am. Now those videos are terrible, and that's what I was referring to when I said, like, hey, when I see a black person doing something dumb across the street, I know that makes me look bad, and that's exactly what trans people felt when they saw that woman just screaming her head off and acting super indignant over such a small thing that trans people have to live with, like, every single day, right? No, obviously it hurts. I can 100% sympathize with that. But to go off the rails like that makes everyone like you look bad. And that's not something people think about a lot. And you need to start thinking, people in like marginalized communities need to start thinking like that, because, you know, it sucks, but that's life, right? That's life we live in. We want to get rid of it. We want to get out of it, but, you know, you have to live like that. But yeah, like you said, you know what? Screw it.
Okay, so we're
Screw it.
Oh my god. Oh wait, this is like a date. I'm scared.
What is it? Not open link in the tab. Crap. How do I do this? I can't do it. But I want to blow this up. Let's just zoom in. So let's take a look at this, right? This is Blair White's channel. And this is Blair White. Ooh, little too high. Ooh, bring it back, Captain. We've gone too far. Anyways, let's look at this video. This right here. Doesn't Medicaid still cover it in some states? I don't think so, because those are elective surgeries. In a lot of states, they don't cover it because it's like an elective. It goes under like a cosmetic surgery that you would get, like, it's in the same category as like Botox, right? So a lot of places don't cover it. You don't believe taxes should cover transitions? That's a topic for another day. But anyways, this is Blair White responding. This is a video right here on the right here. Don't look at this. I don't care about this. This is Blair White, right here. I feel like if you didn't know she was trans, if you just saw her passing by in the street, you would think she's not trans at all, right? And right here is a trans person, okay? Another trans person. And this is a video of Blair White responding to an article that this person wrote about Blair White, and said that she's transphobic. And I'm pretty sure the article was called Blair White is Transphobic. Like, to be fair, they don't need it. Well, I mean, I guess in that case, they don't need it the same way like people with ADHD don't need like Ritalin. That's how I would classify it personally. Like people with ADHD and ADD don't need Ritalin, or sure, I mean, they could live, right? I guess. So this isn't what this trans person actually looks like. Blair White actually photoshopped a beard onto this trans person and did some photoshopping to make them look more masculine, because they're a trans woman, right? They transitioned from being a man to a woman. And this is what Blair White did. Now, if you look at this and say this isn't transphobic, I don't know what is. This is what Blair White thinks about other trans people who don't have the resources to pass, who don't have the money to pass, who don't have the same resources that she does, or the privileges that she had, or like a Patreon that gives her like $10,000 a month or whatever she has, right? This is what she thinks of other people and people who don't agree with her. And this is trans people, right? Imagine like a channel of like a black person who's apparently there to like talk about like black issues in the U.S. But every time another black person disagrees with them, they like call them the N-word and call them like a low IQ monkey, right? Imagine if that happened. This is on the same level. This is equivalent. This is horrible. This is terrible. But they don't care. She doesn't care because I'm cuter than her, and that's what she thinks. And this is Blair White, and this is why I think she's a terrible person. And there's a lot of other stuff you can see, like a lot of other things that she says. I was thinking about going over a Blair White video today, but I really don't want to listen to her voice. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you didn't know that, that's what she does. That's Blair White. Bad person, horrible. Like, I don't think you can look at that and say, just that specifically, and obviously could have taken it out of context. If you would like, you can go watch the video on your own time or something. But yeah, just so you know, I'm not taking her out of context. But she's a bad person and a horrible advocate for trans rights. Everyone who doesn't agree with her is a mannish bear who's ugly, and I'm cute.
On trans discourse. So, like whenever a popular YouTuber who has leftist fans who claim she's a leftist for some reason talks nonsense about.
But yeah, they were talking about whoops.
On from the Thoughts on Discourse.
Whoops.
Just people's opinions on trans discourse.
Whoops.
Who claim she's a leftist for some reason.
But yeah, she was talking about this, way off track. Let's get back to this. She was talking about ContraPoints, right? ContraPoints did that thing. She's not the same as other. Sorry, no, 100%. I love the questions. Keep them coming. If you have any questions, shoot them at me. I love questions. This is my political stream. This is Shark's political stream, okay? And we talk about politics here. And I'm always right, and I'm never cringy. Remember that. So yeah, she was talking about ContraPoints. Contra just didn't 100% say that. She didn't even say anything bad about trans people. Or non-binary people. She even included them with being trans. She said something that was a little spicy. Is this a meme stream? No, I'm streaming every single day, and I want to get to a year. And so the stream itself is called the meme stream. Where are the memes? The memes are right here, baby. Take a look. Give me your hand. I was gonna pull up my Instagram or something to be like, here are the memes, but I don't know if that's like a Twitch safe to just pull up random memes. You know what? Here, you want a meme? Here we go.
Okay, so
here we go.
Uh-oh. Stinky poop. Poopies, funny poopies. La, 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 la. Funny poop. Poop funny. Wee.
There you go. Are you happy? Speedy poopy. Fast poopy. Haha. Funny. Fast poopy. Stinky. There you go. Are you happy now that you get your daily meme dose? But yeah, she was talking about ContraPoints. Contra said some things that non-binary worst meme of 2019. I was gonna do a meme tier list sometime. Best meme of the decade. So stay tuned for that. Probably sometime this weekend. I have to do a little bit more work, and then we'll get that done. She said some things that non-binary people didn't like. She said nothing that was transphobic. And now this person is canceling her. Contra did so much work. To advance trans ideology on the internet. She had articles in major newspapers and major media outlets saying how she helped radicalize people from the far right, how she brought a lot of awareness in a fair and an easy way to people. Contra is a YouTuber I would 100% recommend to someone who wants to see a different view on the world, who's right wing or center or not as left as her. She's 100% that person I would send her to, first and foremost, and watch some of her videos on trans people and transitioning and non-binary people and Nazism on the internet. Great. And this person is disparaging her and all of the work that she's done, all of the thousands of hours that she put into trying to do the Lord's work. I would personally say, as someone we need to leave behind in 2019. This is what I'm saying. The left on Twitter is so cringy, and they suck so bad. They suck so bad at getting their message across. They suck so bad at convincing people. Listen to this again.
Talks nonsense about non-binary people for a year straight, and then non-binary people finally just get fucking sick of it.
Like she's playing such the victim here. You know, this person on the internet said something that I didn't like for a year, and then we got sick of it, and then she made herself the victim. We need to leave her behind. Fuck that.
Maybe we can listen to them and not say, oh, she's not a true scum, she did a video about true scum. No, because the word true scum is banned in her sub.
Now she's talking about ContraPoint subreddit. Now people who watch ContraPoints, people who like Natalie Wynn made a subreddit for her. For some reason, it's like you have one bad opinion and that devalues every other opinion you ever had. 100%. This is what these people believe, and they suck. That's the real cancel culture. You know, a lot of people say like, oh, people wrote mean articles about Dave Chappelle. You know, nothing's going to hurt Dave Chappelle like that, right? He's a comedian. He'll be fine. And he 100% deserves to be criticized. I've never watched a Dave Chappelle show. I don't think he's bad. I just don't watch comedy shows. He's fine. But he said some spicy memes. He had some pretty hot takes, and now and a lot of people act like, oh, they're trying to cancel him. That word's getting thrown around a lot. Doesn't mean anything when a lot of people say it. But this right here, this is the real woke skulls. This is the real person who's trying to cancel others. You know, this person, I would assume, is really into trans rights and wants the best for trans people. I would imagine in her head, in their head, that's what they want. But they want to cancel people like ContraPoints. Let's just take a look for 1 second. Let's take uno momento, por favor, right? Contra. Let's take a look at Contra's YouTube channel, okay? So let's see, right? 2 months ago, Opulence, 1 million views. A video on men, 1.4 million views, right? Tiffany Tumbles. This is about, if you didn't know, if you watched any, yeah, that's not how you change minds at all. That's not how you change minds. They have no idea how to change minds. They want to sit in their echo chamber and they want to circle jerk about what they believe, and they want to crap on people who don't believe exactly what they believe, and they have no care to change people's minds at all. I see. Cancel culture is a joke. But yeah, this is ContraPoints. She has done so much to push forward like actual left-wing ideas. And if you didn't know Tiffany Tumbles, this video here, this is a really good video. If you care about Blair White, Tiffany Tumbles is a character that that Contra made, which that is an allegory for Blair White, the transphobic trans person. A video on Jordan Peterson, 2.3 million views. A video on what was the like that Nazi march, 677,000 views. A video on BDSM, this is back when she was still transitioning, and lots and lots of videos, but millions, and like consistently passing 1 million in the last year. Her videos have consistently passed 1 million views. That's reach that 10 of the next like left-wing YouTubers that I know couldn't get combined. Yeah, Art Trap's gay. That was a really interesting video too. I really like that video. How many times has PewDiePie been canceled before people realize that it hasn't done anything? Well, even if it doesn't do anything, right? Let's say you have a person. Let's take Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker Carlson is someone I personally respect. I don't like him. I really don't like him, and I don't believe what he believes, obviously. He's someone I can respect to a certain degree. But Tucker Carlson has some really garbage takes that I think feeds into like actual racism and does actual harm to discourse. Now, for me to make a video about how Tucker Carlson is bad and how what he says is wrong in his poo-poo garbo wouldn't do much, right? What would I get? Like 2 views while I was streaming, and then maybe 3 views afterwards. Maybe if I post the video to YouTube with a real clickbait title, I can get like 30 people to watch it. No, that doesn't do a lot. But you being out there and saying something wrong and calling out something that's bad, even if you specifically don't do something, don't have a massive impact, you should put your voice out there. I personally believe, because every voice matters. Just like every vote counts, every voice matters. No matter what your platform is, no matter who you do, no matter what you have. If you're on Twitter and you have 30 followers and you go into a thread and you post something and you get 5 likes, you've done the Lord's work. Calling out evil in the world. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And even if canceling something, I don't think PewDiePie is necessarily evil. I think PewDiePie is really dumb. And I personally think that, like, in his personal life, he's pretty right wing. I think he's a dumb person, and I think he's but I think some of the things that he's done on purpose. I stopped following PewDiePie after the whole like N-word drama, and that I can describe my because after I say that, I should probably like add a little bit of nuance to my point, right? If you are hurt by something, right? You're annoyed. Something happens. You stub your toe, right? You're walking to the kitchen at 3 a.m. to get a handful of shredded cheese, and you stub your toe on mom's new furniture. What do you say? What instantly comes out? You may say the F word, right? You might be like, oh shit. You might do that. You could say this table's an effing N-word. You could say that too. Yeah, you could say heck. You could say dang, heck, shoot, and also freak. You could say that, or you could say this table's an effing N-word, right? There are lots of things you can say. Frickin' frick. Yeah, you can say the N-word. Yeah, ninjas. Negativity. Yep, you stub your toe and you say negativity. You can say noodles as well. Absolutely unexcusable. And I think not only is it unexcusable, it's a little peek into his actual life. And I know a lot of people will kind of disagree with this, but I think it's actually a peek into his personal life, where it's you don't say something doesn't just come out unless you have Tourette's. Something doesn't just come out of you when you get mad or upset, right? When you have a heated gamer moment. I would say it's pretty likely that you use the words that come out in that moment in your personal life. Now, how he uses the N-word, what he says, where he uses it, in what context, in what company he does, I have no clue. But I'm pretty sure with like a pretty decent amount of certainty, I'd bet on it that he uses it off stream. And that's something that I worry about. And he almost said it again, actually, when he was streaming again. He doesn't stream that much anymore. We all wonder why. That and wearing that revoking his I would say there's a pretty decent likelihood that he uses that word outside of the context of games. Like how I said, stub your toe or something, you call the N-word. Because think about it, B. Think about it for a second, right? When was the last time you were truly frustrated by something and you said an expletive, maybe in your head, you said an expletive out loud under your breath because you were like with other people, or you're alone and you said an expletive when something upset you, something scared you, something got on your nerves, and that word would never have come to your mind ever because it's not in your vocabulary. You don't say words that aren't in your vocabulary, right? You don't. That just doesn't happen. He uses it outside of that context. He does. And whether you want to defend that or not, I can't, because I don't have any more context. But what I do have a context of is what he said. And for a lot of purposes, I think that's about as much as I need. Not to say he's a terrible person and a racist and he hates brown people, but to say I probably don't want to support this person. And me unsubscribing from PewDiePie and not personally supporting him doesn't do much. The man has 100 million subscribers. I am less than 0.001% of his subscribers. But personally not supporting him while not making a tangible difference in the world is a good thing. Yeah, it just came. It just bubbled to the surface. That's just how words and language work. You don't say things that aren't in your vocabulary, right? That's one thing I wanted to look up. Let's see if I can pull this up. There's another thing. This is This is PewDiePie. As you see, like right up here. I have to zoom in a little bit. The screenshot's kind of bad, but I have to zoom in a little bit. This is PewDiePie's old follower list, right? You use it all the time. Would you say you contribute to the problem? My personal view, and why you've never really heard me say the N-word, even when we're with our cousins and everything and family, is because I personally think the word should die and never go. There's so much pain and so much vitriol and so much anger and so much suffering that comes from that word and its origin that I personally think it should die. It's such a unique case in like human history that I don't think it should continue personally, and I don't want to contribute to it even in a private place, as people who are generally in society seen as people who are allowed to have the N-word pass as a birthright. That's something I don't want to do, and as my personal opinion, I think you are contributing to the problem. Now obviously there is also a stance to, now should you let the word die? Should we reclaim it? We could also reclaim it. And I think in a lot of ways we've reclaimed it. In a lot of ways we've not done so well. But it's hard to say that because as human beings, it's hard for us to make like a really rational good point. And because we live our lives, right? We go to work, we go to bed, we text our parents, we do a lot of other things. We have hobbies, we have things that we love. So it's hard to hold everybody to a certain standard of how they should use, like the most ideal use of the words to reclaim it and take it back as our own. It's hard to do that. So personally, I feel like it'd be more, even if it's less pragmatic, I think it's more ideal to just let the word die. Let's go back over chat. The whole Firewatch copyright strike, I think is kind of unfair in my opinion, though. Yeah, the whole Firewatch thing, that's dumb. I don't support that. Yeah, it's kind of like an abuse of fair use. I don't think you should just copyright strike people you don't like. It is also illegal. I think a lot of people use the same way they use like fuck or shit. That kind of erase that and not even think of that. Like, just because you don't think of something doesn't mean you're not harming people. I read a study that said like offensive jokes. Now I'm a spicy memer, okay? I say offensive jokes sometimes. But offensive jokes do indeed play into your bias of how you view people. They did a study where they took a bunch of people. They had their control group, and they took a bunch of people and they set them in with like a comedian, and the comedian said a bunch of offensive jokes towards women, right? What we would describe as sexist jokes. They belong in the kitchen, they can't drive, although they belong in the house, blah blah blah, all these jokes. And they were like laughing along and everyone was having a good time. And then what they did was they said they took they did like a tiny little research thing where they said, here's a person in need, right? Here's a person in need. And obviously they pre-checked all the people, so they have the some sort of like a regular or average baseline that they all meet of like a normal human empathy. And here's a woman who's in need. She needs help. How much money would you allocate to her to help her? And the people who heard what we would describe as the sexist jokes on average had donated a lot less money to that woman. Now, obviously, the study needs to be replicated. I haven't seen replications. I've only seen that one study, but that personally showed me that it's not, a lot of times it's not just a joke, right? Now, we can go into what we should do from that point, but in a lot of cases, offensive jokes do have a tangible effect on the world. And, obviously, that just happens. That's just like the world we live in. I just feel like there's so much power in taking what used to be against you and molding it into our own creation. I 100% agree with that as well. That's also a very decent and that's a sound point. Like, I don't know if you ever saw me somewhere in like a comment section on like Twitter or YouTube or whatever, like calling myself like a soy boy, or like calling myself a soy boy, or talking about how much I love tofu, or like a snowflake. I was thinking about buying like a snowflake snowflake sticker to put on my laptop, stuff like that. You can reclaim things that are, and that's like common offenses that some people on the right use for like left wingers. That's something you can take back 100%, and it's very powerful. Or calling people who are also left wing like me comrade, because a lot of people on the right like to label anyone who's further left than them like a communist or like a socialist or whatever. Even if it doesn't matter, they just throw their word around like a regular expletive. So you obviously can take things back, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think the N-word is a special case where it's very hard to do that with effectively. But anyways, back to this. This is Jordan. This is PewDiePie's old Twitter follower list before he unfollowed everybody on his public account and then just like followed BTS or whatever, right? So who do we have here, right? We have Jordan B. Peterson. Very interesting figure. He was really big in the meme community. He was really big in the just space for just like men, right? Because someone was threatening his followers. I'm not sure about that, but I don't want to like talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about who he was following, right? I'm not gonna endorse anything that anyone did bad to people who were following him or whatever. Yeah, it's the internet. Everyone sends death threats. I've gotten a couple death threats back when I used to record videos because someone didn't like my take on who I thought was the worst god in Smite. Everyone gets death threats. Are they good? No. Should they stop? 100%. It's just not something I put a lot of weight behind. Not too many people have been killed on the internet like that. It just happens. If you're on the internet, it just happens. I'm sorry. Yeah, someone like emailed me. They said they're gonna like kill me because I thought me saying that Arachne was the worst god in the game made them really upset. That happens. It's horrible. It happens. No, I shouldn't have let you know because it wasn't important and I deleted it. And guess what? I'm still alive. But yeah, Peterson, I'm gonna give a pass on. There's some people I'm gonna give a pass here, right? Peterson, I'm giving a pass on. I'm gonna say that he could just follow Peterson because he just likes Peterson. Peterson does a lot of content on what men should be, like how to better yourself. He's a psychologist, right? And I think he has a lot of good work that can help a lot of people, especially like the young disaffected white guy that is the main demographic of YouTube consumers, right? That's just true. Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro has some really, really bad takes, right? I was thinking of a Ben Shapiro take the other day, actually, where he said that gay people shouldn't be allowed to adopt children. And then he gave his reasoning by showing he said that gay couples shouldn't be allowed, like gay families, like two gay men shouldn't be allowed to adopt a kid because they're just bad at raising kids. And then he showed a graph about, he showed a study about the effects of like single parenthood has on a child, and said that gay people shouldn't be parents because single parenthood is correlated with a lot of negative effects on just regular people, on kids, which is so incredibly offensive and terrible and just wrong, right? But I'll give Ben Shapiro a pass, right? He just likes him for the memes. Ben Shapiro is a meme. Like him or not, I don't like him. He's a meme. Steven Crowder, though. Steven Crowder is not a meme, as far as I've seen. Steven Crowder is just like a conservative political commentator. And it shows a lot to me how outside of just like change my mind memes. Yeah, the change my mind memes, definitely. But not Steven Crowder as a meme himself, right? He's never interacted with he's interacted with Ben Shapiro, but he's never interacted with Steven Crowder, right? Steven Crowder has a lot of bad takes. But I think every conservative commentator has a lot of bad takes. So take that with a grain of salt. And I think this paints a broad picture. I'm not going to like try and hammer away like one or this or that. Take this whole list in and see how this paints a picture of the type of content that he wants to engage in, right? I have no clue how often he's on his like PewDiePie public account. But can you name a left-wing, many left-wing people on here, right? There's JonTron, who's like an actual white supremacist. There's Lacey Green. Yeah, there's Lacey Green. Lacey Green's good. Dave Rubin, no, Dave Rubin is not like an actual left-winger. He's not. He's a classical liberal, and even classical liberal, just in this context, is like moderate Republican. Well, he considers himself a classical liberal, and like by definition, classical liberalism in this like context is just like a moderate Republican, right? It's like a laissez-faire. It's the same sort of classical liberal is what we would call like conservatives under under Lyndon B. Johnson, right? Like the laissez, or like the Democratic Party under like laissez-faire before the Great Depression. Those are classical liberals. Same word, liberal, yeah. Doesn't mean the same thing as it does in today's context. And you could just look at Rubin's content. You could see he doesn't really espouse much let me say this, right? Let me not make too many. Let's not get into the weeds about Rubin and what he believes or whatever. In practice, Rubin is not a liberal, right? He's not a progressive. In practice. Now, you can say he believes this or that, but in practice, he's not. I think we can both agree on that, right? Stefan Molyneux. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Stefan Molyneux is the type of person who perpetuates like the race and IQ. Like black people have a lower IQ because they're like they genetically are born to be that way, and they're just genetically dumber because of the negroid skull shape. And he was also in Poland. I'm not sure. I don't want to pull up this video because I don't want to dig too deep into this. But he went to Poland and cried at a right-wing march. He cried at a right-wing march because he's like, look at all these white people collaborating, and no one's being called a racist. Well, I mean, they're all white. I mean, no one's gonna be called a racist. There's no like other people of any other color in their country. Paul Joseph Watson, he's not a meme either. He's just a right-wing political commentator. Keem is pretty right-wing. Boogie puts out some pretty horrible opinions. Who's this guy? Nick Monroe. I feel like I remember him. Not sure. He follows Notch. And I don't know if you have seen Notch's timeline recently, but I don't know if I'd call Notch a left-winger. You haven't? Let's see. If you've been waiting for falling in love. Notch tweets some pretty bad stuff. He tweets a lot of like race and IQ stuff. Which I mean is fun. I mean, you know, that's him. He can do his thing. But would you at least agree that this paints a pretty poor picture for some, and this paints a pretty poor picture for someone we're supposed to take as just like funny haha video game streamer, right? Or video game like YouTuber, right? I think you could at least say that. pretty bad. You don't go for him for political takes or wisdom. Absolutely not. I don't think you need to, right? But as someone who I want to support, because you support someone through views, you support them through money, through AdSense. That's just not someone I want to support who may or may not believe some pretty bad things, right? And that's okay if you want to, but he's very ignorant. But my thing is, for me, when I look at him, how many times does someone I watch calls him Banana Peel Felix, right? How many times does I did not watch the Game Awards. I probably will sometime. How many times does Banana Peel Felix need to slip and slide into another like white supremacist controversy, right? Or like anti-Semitic controversy? Oh, it did. I was gonna buy Sekiro. I just haven't gotten around to it. I probably should have over the break, but I bought Halo instead, which I'm happy with. I need to finish Reach, but yeah. How many times does Banana Peel Felix have to slip and slide into another like white supremacist controversy until you're just like, well, maybe we shouldn't talk about this guy. Markiplier doesn't. Jacksepticeye doesn't. Phil DeFranco doesn't. And even if so, it's like once, twice. What's this? The third, fourth time? And when he was talking about how he was repealing his donation idea thing from that Jewish organization, I forgot what it's called. I don't like that Jewish organization. It's garbage. They produce some pretty bad stuff. But when you do that and then you wear what can even be described as like an Iron Cross, right? Like, how many times can you slip and slide into these controversies on accident, and until you're just ignorant, until you're doing them on purpose and then playing dumb? Or I'm not going to try to ascribe any sort of thing to him, but it's just not something I want to support personally.
Reddit. And don't get me started on.
I heard a lot of people saying Death Stranding was cool, but garbage. I hopped into one of my streamers playing it, right? I hopped into one of my streamers playing it. And he was like, God, please make it stop. And he got an objective that was across the map, and he was like, please don't do this to me, Kojima. And he sounded like he was suffering, like actual suffering. Yeah, it was a Georgian cross, right? But here's a question, right? How would you feel if this streamer, right? He's a streamer. He streams on Mixer. He's the biggest streamer on Mixer, right? He consistently gets 100,000 views, and he's like, hey, and he slipped and slid into a couple controversies, right? His name is Eat My Cake. Eat My Cake, biggest streamer, 100,000 views consistently on average on Mixer, right? And he's like, hey guys, and he slipped and slid into a lot of these like anti-Semitic controversies, right? And just a couple, let's say like 3 in the past, over the last like 5 years, he slipped and slid into 3. And then he came out with like, hey, I'm going to donate to this organization. And then a lot of people came out and said, they're part of the Zog. They're trying to destroy democracy. Oh, I thought he was based, but now he's a cuck. He's gonna donate to them, and also is mixed in with people with actual genuine bad things to say, the actual things that they've done wrong. And he takes in all this information, right? And he's like, hey, I'm going to say, I'm not gonna. He comes out on a stream one day, and he said, hey, I'm not going to donate to this person. And on his shirt is a Buddhist swastika, right? The regular one from Buddhism. He has a Buddhist swastika on his shirt, and he's like, hey guys, I'm not going to donate to this organization. What would you say? Genuine question. Yeah, and I'm fine with him not donating to that organization. Like I said, it's garbage. It's bad. It's bad, right? Poor judgment, right? But how many, how poor of judgment, and when it comes down to it, on a practical sense, where does it even matter to for how we treat someone to a degree if it's just such poor judgment that it's hard to disseminate between your poor judgment and actual perfectly clear judgment to signaling to like white supremacists and like Nazis and stuff, where those two extremes are just indecipherable from each other, right? When does it matter? Because I think in this point it matters. If you come out and you say, hey, I'm going to donate to this Jewish organization, and then people are like, hey, don't, and then you make a video where it's like, hey, I'm not going to, and you're wearing a Buddhist swastika, right, and a Georgian cross, right, and on the wall behind you are a bunch of Nordic runes, when are we going to be like, hey, maybe it doesn't even matter if this guy truly believes what we think he might. He's achieving the same goals. If your judgment is that poor, you know, should you not still be punished? Because I don't think people would use the same logic when it comes to someone who, I don't know, killed, like assaulted somebody. Let's not even like say killed somebody, assaulted somebody, right? If your judgment is so poor that you accidentally assaulted someone and then you willingly assaulted someone, you're going to be punished by it, by the law. Anyway. But that's just my take on PewDiePie and why I personally don't support him. Yeah, and I think that's cool. And I respect that because Germany and atoning for their sins has come a lot farther than America has. I think we can all agree with that.
Oh, it's just an abusive mod. Fuck that. Fuck that. Also, in 2019, we were leaving behind abusive
mods.
Oh yeah,
ContraPoints. ContraPoints doesn't even run her Reddit, right? And apparently some dumb stuff like the word true scum was banned in her Reddit that she doesn't run or endorse or talked about. I've never heard her even talk about the Reddit.
I think it's a big
and she's ascribing everything that happens in there to her. She doesn't moderate it. She doesn't talk about it. I didn't even know it existed.
All large servers, but it's especially a huge problem in leftist servers. So if you say, for example, that a person attempted suicide because of harassment sent from a person's fans, and then the person whose fans pushed them to attempt suicide said that it's an abuse tactic, and whenever you point that out, you get kicked. That's because they're friends with the person who said that that's an abuse tactic. You know, let's leave that whole thing behind. We are also leaving behind.
That was really dumb. That she talked for a long time and made 0 points. Let's skip ahead.
White non-binary people who alarmist about cancel culture, especially because they tend to be white guys or what.
No, I see this a lot from a lot of other places where you take where you're like, yeah, white guys. See, that's the cringe, right? Cringe. I don't say that. You know, if people are bad, they're bad. Now, obviously, on average, we could probably ascribe that if you're white, you've probably come from a certain background, you more than likely have a certain view set that we can do to literally anybody, right? But they try to hyper focus on this and try to ascribe that to literally everybody of a group. And that's terrible. Yeah, your last name is white. You're so white, your last name's white. Right? And you can ascribe that to a whole group. Now, obviously, not all white people think the same. Let's look at Europe. Europe is way further left than America may ever be, right? Way further left. They have actual socialist parties, right? But this is cringy. And it doesn't help anybody. And it's just alienating people. It's terrible. You know, just because you're white doesn't mean you have a certain belief set. Yeah, and Europe is way whiter. And Europe is way whiter. Not only are they white people in this country, right, are generally more conservative. White people in Europe are generally way more liberal or left wing, let's say. Like you can't start to ascribe these things to these people. There are lots of different viewpoints, and these groups are so big, it's really hard to paint with a broad brush outside of super hyper specific instances that doesn't leave you open to this sort of like criticism that you guys are doing now, which I don't think is invalid, by the way.
White non-binary people who just don't really care about shit.
Now she's trying to make a point here that's there's some white people out there who like the aesthetics of being left wing, like, oh, I like the aesthetics of being not racist and being kind to other people, and oh yeah, I use the correct pronouns for trans people or whatever. No, obviously, you know, some of it can be virtue signaling. I think you have to reach like a certain amount of just like black pill to sit here and try to say that about most people or even all people. I think most people I don't know if I can even say that, but she's making a point here. At the core of her point, right here in the last couple words that she said, I agree with it, but that kernel of truth in there is surrounded by a mountain of shit. Let's say that.
You know who I'm talking about? There's the head honcho, but then there's also like Professor Darwin from Re-Education. I don't know his real name. I don't give a shit about him. Ron from the Red Midwesterner. Ron from the Thought Slime Discord, who's kind of a shit mod. Pretty much.
She's just like attacking mods from random subreddits. She's just really mad. This whole video is just her really mad about really specific topics and then subtweeting people and not actually saying their name, but like talking about the controversies and then just moving on.
Amelia Jane, who's also pretty shit and brags about spending or jumping on the opportunity to spend hundreds of dollars or over $100 to support a known racist and say that it's fine because racism ended in 2008, even though there's documentation that it did not end in 2008. And also, let's stop calling everyone who's leftism we don't agree with a liberal. It's not cool. I really don't enjoy it.
Yeah, but liberals suck. I hate liberals. Them and their liberal brains. Listen, bash a fash, okay? Bash a fash, and the liberals are coming next. In Minecraft. That's not happening. I'm very against political violence here, okay?
People that are like, this person, has said racist things or something like that, and then it's like, oh, liberal identity politics, or my opinion on this is kind of more valid than yours because I'm a gay person and you're not. Oh, liberal identity politics. Like,
that is identity politics. I don't agree with identity politics to a certain degree, right? There are lots of people who think they're really smart when they're like, hey, I don't like identity politics. My identity shouldn't matter. Those people are dumb. Identity matters a lot, right? And there's lots of studies and there's lots of research that says identity means a lot, and it does, right? If you try to pretend that identity means nothing, you're probably echoing and parroting talking points from someone who said that but doesn't truly believe it. Lots of people who say, oh, identity doesn't matter, use that as like a cloak and a Trojan horse to hide their actual beliefs. Because, oh, race doesn't matter, so it shouldn't matter when we install these certain voting policies that may or may not completely disproportionately affect a certain demographic of people. Oh, but race doesn't matter. The most important way, what are the most important ways that identity matters? How people are treated, right? Like it or not, it happens, right? You see somebody on the street, the first thing you notice about them can either be one or two, right? Their gender, well, their perceived gender, and two is their race. Those are probably the first things that you notice. And then their clothes, and that can be in there. But those three things are probably things that can be tied together in some way, right? And how you're treated due to that, like, instant view of you can really affect you in life. That and grouping, right? You get grouped into a lot of different people. B, you've probably been grouped before as a white person from the Northeast, because we're from New England. As a white person from New England, you've probably been grouped in with a couple groups you don't agree with, right? And that happens because you're white. Identity matters, right? And identity can be correlated quite highly to we can say social economic status. We can say ways you're treated by certain institutions in society, because all institutions in society are ran by just regular people, and regular people have biases, and regular people hold stereotypes. That happens, right? That's life, and that's probably always going to happen. Now we can try to affect that in one way or another, and we can talk about that another time, but that matters. And race can be correlated, right, to culture. Race can be correlated to things like a certain belief pattern, and a lot of things play into identity. Who you identify as, your gender. If you're trans, you could be black, you could be from the South, and a lot of those identities mix together into who you are. And lots of people are massive products of their environment, no matter where you came from. You're a massive product of your environment. If you were in a different environment, you'd be a different human being, maybe almost completely. And that's just true. So where you come from, who you are, what your family was, and what your environment was, all is your identity. And all of that plays a massive role in your political views, who you are, and how you're treated in society. And people who want to discredit that and say that it doesn't matter are one of two people in my mind. One of two people. One is the person who knows it matters and hates certain demographics of people and want to say it doesn't matter to gain brownie points and be let in and use it as a Trojan horse to push their actual political ideas that hurt those people. But they can use the cloak to say, hey, race doesn't matter. I don't see race. I just don't like those people over there. Right? And it's not about their race. I just don't like them. And there's the people there's like the omni-liberals, right? Who are like, I'm so woke that race doesn't even matter, right? And that can also hurt people. It's important to understand. It's important to understand identity. It's important to take it into account, but you shouldn't virtue signal it. You shouldn't put on a pedestal and fetishize it. You shouldn't fetish it. There you go. I'm bad at words. That word's actually kind of hard to say. Fetishize it. I think the most important thing is viewing a person as an individual, but I'm absolutely willing to hear anyone's experiences that they view to produce their identity. Yeah. Like, their identity matters, but it matters to a degree. And I think we can agree with that. I think it's important to hear out different people and their opinions and the way they view the world. That's important. But it's not everything. And a lot of people use it as a bludgeon to push their own political identity and try to shield themselves from actual criticism, and try to use it as like a shield to stop them from being criticized so they can push their idea that's usually dumb. And yeah, everyone can be viewed as an individual. But to address like systemic problems and look at general society, we have to group in some way. And whether or not we're going to continue with race into the future, we'll see. But, it's important, I would say, to a degree.
We're leaving behind anti-identity politics leftism in 2019 because I think that to really deal with, capitalism and stuff, we need to raise the voices of oppressed groups. That means that us white people need to be shutting up once in a while. And that means that cis people, please shut up when any discourse about Natalie or Vaughn.
I think it's totally crazy how, I want to see the mental gymnastics routine that she went in her head, because she could probably take it to the Olympics and get a gold medal to say that, oh yes, all cis people should shut up about trans issues, but white people should just shut up every once in a while when it comes to people of color issues. How does that even work? I don't even understand that. Everyone should have a seat at the table, except for Richard Spencer. He doesn't deserve a seat. I don't like him. She should have ended the video there. It would be a much better video. She does look like
also,
they do look like a Karen.
We're not calling Natalie a breadtuber anymore because she explicitly said that in her men video that she doesn't even think that she's a socialist anymore. So she's not really she's not really a leftist community content creator anymore. She's just a liberal who used to be a comrade, but then
I also she's like trying to exclude her from what her definition of bread tube is, and then on the my brother CJ was Cornell was in chat. I'm not sure if he's here right now. He may have had to go to work, but he was talking about how to reclaim the N word, right? Bread tube is a play on how like a lot of right wingers call people who are like left of them like communists and socialists, whatever. And the bread refers to bread lines in the USSR, so bread tube is reclaiming being called like a socialist or communist.
Needs like $500,000.
It is kind of funny. I do actually like it. I think there's like a political podcast. I think it was called The Bread Basket. It's good. It's actually good. It's clever. Demsock YouTube. Yep. It's like Demsock and further. It's like Demsock, actual socialists, tankies. Sadly, I hate tankies, and like anarchists and all them YouTube. That's what some people mean by breadtube. Me personally, when I say the word breadtube, I mean all left-wing political commentators. That's breadtube to me. Because you don't have to be an actual socialist to be called a communist, right?
You're on Patreon or whatever. I don't think it's a year, but it's a ridiculous amount of money to make on Patreon. Needs like $500,000 a year.
Wait, what is this? She made a really dumb take here, I remember.
A liberal who used to be a comrade, but then needs like $500,000 a year.
Tankies are communists. A tanky is an actual communist, right? Like the Marxist Leninist Maoism communists. And they're called tankies. They're called tankies because the USSR once they annexed some country, I think, or like did some really shady stuff with the military and drove tanks like through a city or through a country, and so now communists are called tankies. It's like how we called the like the British soldiers back during the Civil War like lobsterbacks because they wore red coats. But she's also saying now like ContraPoints isn't a socialist anymore because she makes money on Patreon, which I don't know what their political ideology is, but that's also like pretty anti-social.
It's a ridiculous amount of money.
It's like that's a right wing talking point. Who is this person?
Don't really
what a clown!
That. I don't really like. We're leaving behind like this exclusivity about BreadTube that if somebody makes videos that are explicitly anti-capitalist but don't identify themselves with BreadTube, that they can't be part of the community. Like I talk a lot about how I like anti-consumerist YouTubers. There's the big four for me: Abby Williamson, Smokey Low, Lacey Spooky Lips and Fat Hips, and Nisi Pisa.
I've never heard of these people, just so you know.
Right, maybe not Smokey Low. She kind of just makes left-ish content, but those other three make explicitly leftist content. But because they make it through the frame of being makeup, I feel like they're not taken seriously. Actually, Abby and Maggie Fish are kind of mutuals on Instagram.
I don't care about this.
Going to
I love this dead air. Look at that.
Kind of going to
Someone clip that. Make that a meme. Wait, I'll play it one more time.
We are. I think that we're kind of going to
Oh my gosh, she just got warped to the fourth dimension. Holy crap, bro! Keck W in chat, boys. That's hilarious. Straight Papega. 3-head YouTuber. That's she didn't. Her train of thought wasn't it's all Keck W's all caps. I'm pretty sure. Her train of thought didn't get derailed. It got sent off a cliff and crashed and burned. That was incredible. Man, she's still running on dial-up. Holy crap. How's that Comcast internet, boy?
I zoned out there for a second. I think that we're going to be talking more about, how to do things than just talking about media criticism, and I also think that media criticism shouldn't be explicitly called a leftist venture. Like, I get it, Big Joel. You made a video analysis on Shrek, and it's fine.
I have no idea what she's talking about. She's just she's just really mad at Big Joel for like liking to make videos on media critique and not always talk about left-wing ideas.
These other YouTubers making
Like, bro, chill.
anti-capitalist content are. So I don't know why he's considered RedTube, but other people aren't. It's the misogyny.
Yes, because every time someone doesn't like another person from RedTube, it's because they have a vagina. It's always, every single time. Remember that.
Also, we're leaving behind misgendering in 2019, and
we're actually, practically not leaving behind misgendering. And actually, I've seen this. There are a lot of trans people. There are a lot of trans people who when they don't like another trans person, they'll misgender them, right? I've actually seen trans people on like Twitter who don't like Blair White and will misgender her, right? And I think that's pretty messed up. Like, you don't get mad at a black person and call them the N-word, right? You don't get mad at a Mexican person and call them a wetback. So you shouldn't get mad at a trans person and then like dead name them or like misgender them. That's pretty messed up. Like, I don't know how they rationalize that in their head, but they're not good left. They're not good left wingers. What is this?
Abby and Maggie Fish are.
Oh, sick. Thanks for the clip, my boy. You also sent something in you sent a link. I didn't click on it. You sent a link in chat. Where was this? We'll listen to that in a little bit.
Leaving behind parasocial relationships between big breadtubers and small breadtubers / their fans in 2019.
You're actually not gonna get rid of parasocial relationships. Parasocial relationships are actually really weird, and I hope that doesn't happen to me, but I think it will if I get big enough. But that happens to everybody. I think it should go away, but I don't know what she means leave behind.
Coffin is a huge offender at this.
Peter Coffin's a bad guy.
They make, I don't know if they're real friendships or they're just go out of their way to defend them, and I just can't even stand them. Obviously not stand, but Twitter presence has made them. I'm on the content that they make, but
whatever.
Because it's one thing to see Peter and Thought Slime.
I don't care.
How Peter should stop being called about.
I don't care. She's just going on a rant on the end of the video about how she hates Peter and Peter Coffin and this other person named Thought Slime. Whatever. Who cares?
I was canceled by the Vampire Castle social media mob. But let's remember the real situation, okay? Because there have been a lot more people coming, so they hope that they can. And end of 2019 reminder. Peter Coffin and Angie Speaks are rape apologists. They misrepresented the whole drama earlier this year because there have been a lot more people coming, so they hope that they can just say, "Oh, I was canceled."
Wait, what did she say? I blanked out.
Called out about for being a rape apologist. And end of 2019 reminder.
Oh yeah, Peter Coffin is actually a rape apologist. I'll say it. I think so. I don't want to. You know what? Actually, I'm going to retract that statement. I'm going to say I've heard that Peter Coffin is a rape apologist, but it's hard to hear things through these people because they'll say a lot of dumb stuff, right? Oh, B. Yeah, they're having a panic. They're crazy. This person's super sensitive, and I bet they will never, ever have an actual debate with another human being, and they'll always hide behind this video camera and never have any of their views challenged at all, ever. I promise you that, because they're a clown and they don't care about changing people's minds, and they don't care about actually winning the political war. I mean, it is a war. It's always a war. It's a fight. It's a fight to gain power. It's a fight to stay relevant. It's a fight over people's minds. Indeed, Splat. They're clowns. They're fools. And I hate them. They're buffoons. It's a terrible person.
Peter Coffin and Angie Speaks are rape apologists. They misrepresented the whole drama earlier this year because there have been a lot more people coming, so they hope that they can just say, "Oh,
Ruby,
I was canceled by the Vampire Castle social media mob." But let's remember the real situation, okay? Whenever somebody says she's a rapist and your reply is, "Fuck you, I'm not getting involved in this shit," when the only request made was to remove that person as a moderator, that's like 3 clicks per website. And you'd be making people feel, specifically trans women, feel more comfortable. Also, we're ending this trend in 2019 where people say that trans men, specifically this one transmasculine person who is non-binary, calls people out for rape and then saying that it's a trans misogynist thing because the person being called out for raping people is.
No, I'm okay. Okay, we're gonna be done. This is done. We're done. We're done watching this video. This person is completely gone off the rails. They're just ranting about random things now. I have no idea what I can't even keep track. I can't even understand, right? English was my best subject in school, and I still can't keep up, okay? I can't. We're done here. We're done. And then they're talking about, a lot of people are talking about how this is dumb. You've posted cringe, right? She's posted cringe, and she's going to lose subscriber. Do you love cis people? This is a reference that you wouldn't get. This is going right over your head. Whoosh! Do you hear that? That's the joke. This is the joke going right over your head because you don't know. Thanks, Lefty. Yeah, people are getting hot under the collar, under cancel culture. I think cancel culture in general is pretty toxic. Let's see what else this person's made.
After bread soup decided to eat itself like
no,
the fucking...
I'm not gonna. No, stop that. It's a bad joke. It's a bad meme. This was posted 5 days ago. Oh, they do makeup. Let's contribute to leftist fighting and cancel culture. Yeah, they seem like a pretty bad person. Okay. Yep. Well, that's the end of that video. What do you all think about that? How's that? Yeah. There's some. It's a little out there with that makeup. The only thing left I would have would be, do you guys, well, B, do you know about the Majority Report? Not the Minority Report. Right, the Majority Report. Your typical millennial lefty woke scold. Indeed, BP. We'll agree on that. We may not agree on too much, but we'll agree on that. And I hate that person, and I hope they never make another video again.
Million internal refugees, 2 million external refugees. Do not hold. Guy driving a car through.
Heard of it? Know nothing about it. Okay, so this is Sam Cedar. This is the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. It's an online political show where he and his crew members talk about. We don't talk about that. Talk about relevant political happenings through the frame of like a progressive left wing view, right? Two of the people on here are like socialists, Michael Brooks and Jamie. I know for a fact are socialists. Jamie has a podcast. It's called The Antifada. And I don't think Sam's a socialist, but he's left wing. He's a progressive, right? He's your average progressive, a little more educated than your average progressive, but he is. And him and what they're talking about right now is what this clip is going to show is the altercation between him and Sam and Jamie, after they just recently watched the clip of Nancy Pelosi talking about how she knew about the lies that happened about the Iraq and Afghanistan war, was complicit in it, and let it happen, right? And this is a topic that hits Sam really hard because he is, he runs the show. He has people call in, and for years, right? He's been running the show for years. I think since like the early 2000s. And he's had people call in for years. People who were active duty, are active duty, the family members of people, family and friends of people who had their lives torn apart by the Iraq and Afghanistan war, people from Iraq and Afghanistan who have been like displaced, had their families killed, all this sorts of stuff, the rise of ISIS, all of these things that came, all these horrible things that come from our foreign policy, right? So this hit Sam hard. And I don't want to characterize it too much. I want to listen to it, but I want to find it first because I forgot the time of it.
Times Square is it was wrong then, it's wrong now. Either she doesn't understand what she just said, hundreds of thousands of civilians were killed because of that lie. Because we don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud.
I can find it in a second.
She also must know that they outed Valerie Plame.
I'm not sure what it was.
you must know. Like, I mean, Carrie T bragging about
people. I mean,
it's
let's be
insane.
real.
Because this
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Are you kidding me?
A rocket
Now,
stars are not.
the lady that you hear, the girl that you hear back here is Jamie, and she's going to say something about what she witnessed, and then you'll see what happens.
Factor for these people. I mean,
It's
let's be real.
insane.
And this is why so many people are turned off by the impeachment narrative the way it's going right now, because it is dominated by people like her.
What? That we should, because she didn't impeach George Bush, that you shouldn't impeach now?
No, I'm
What is
saying-
why is it that you need to shoehorn that in there? It was wrong then, it's wrong now. You hold them to account. Every time you do not hold a president. The reason why he was able to get away with that was the same reason why Ronald Reagan, because we didn't impeach Ronald Reagan. You hold them to account. If it's not enough, that's the problem. If there's other people who want to go out there and march to impeach him for other things, they should do it. But hundreds of thousands of people died for that. I'm not going to hear this fucking bullshit
Can
anymore.
I finish
I'm
what I was
tired of it.
saying?
Yeah, finish it.
Because I agree with you. I'm saying
I have watched a lot of the Majority Report, and I've never seen Sam this mad. I've never seen him this mad. This is a topic that hits home. And what he's if it seemed like what he did was going off like really hard, this stems from how he's seen a lot of right-wing people and even left-wing people. Crap, I lost my train of thought. Shoot. Say how like say what Nancy said, right? Like, hey, I mean, I was a little reluctant on impeaching Trump for, emoluments clauses and obstruction of justice and this and that. I mean, we let Bush go on the Iraq war, and I knew that was wrong and he was lying. And try to use that as a whataboutism justification for what's going on. Like he said, it was wrong then, it's wrong now. Hundreds of thousands. What's the number? I think it's almost 500,000 people have been killed or displaced by the Iraq and Afghanistan war. And like 6,000 U.S. servicemen have lost their lives. So, this hits home. And I can agree with that. But Jamie wasn't echoing those... she wasn't echoing those arguments. What she was trying to say that Sam didn't pick up on was, because of that, Nancy's a horrible representative for impeachment, because we can see the absolutely glaring hypocrisy and how she doesn't care about any of this, and she thinks it's all a game. It's all a political game. It's all chess. And the people who lose their lives are just pawns to her, right? For gaining power. That's Nancy Pelosi. She's a horrible ghoul. She's a terrible person. And, that just made Sam go off. So I understand where he's coming from, but it's misplaced anger at Jamie.
you look at Nancy Pelosi and she says, oh, yeah, we wouldn't impeach Bush because his lies led to the deaths of millions of people. But when someone breaks the emoluments clause, like that's
that he's not being impeached for emoluments. She agreed to impeachment because people pushed for it. Period. End of story. She didn't want to impeach.
I know. I'm just saying she gives it a bad image.
She gives impeachment a bad image?
Yeah, because she wouldn't impeach Bush over stuff.
Well,
that led
then
to the
anybody who
deaths of
thinks that
millions
impeachment
of
is a
people-
problem because Nancy Pelosi was reluctant to do it, I think that is really faulty reason.
So what he's just so mad. He's just hearing what he wants to hear. I feel bad for him. Sam's a super smart guy, right? He's super smart, but like all people, your emotions can get to you, and this obviously cuts pretty deep for Sam. So what Jamie was trying to say, obviously she was trying to say, Nancy's a bad representative for impeachment. She wouldn't impeach Bush, and so people see that. They think it's a sham. They think it's all a political game, which to Pelosi it is. And what Sam probably heard was, so that means impeachment's bad.
Don't think so, but I'm just saying.
Well, bring in the people who want to have that argument, because I'll have that argument with those people. But if you want to represent them, then I'll have it with you.
Jesus, I was agreeing with you.
Well, I'm sorry. I just like the idea of shoehorning this in. We're talking about Iraq. I got fucking calls from military personnel whose lives were destroyed during that time. It's just, I shoehorning this shit in to the skepticism of I don't know who, the 8% of Democrats or the Republicans about impeachment into this story is just, it's ridiculous.
The story is also about impeachment. But
I understand.
Clearly, I angered you, and I did not mean to.
I'm sorry. I'm a little sensitive about this.
All right, so that's about the end of this section. And I feel bad for Sam, and I feel even worse for Jamie for being on the receiving end of all that. That was crazy. Can you even and that's her boss, by the way. B, can you even imagine you trying to say something like you agree with your boss on something and you say something and he gets that mad? That's insane. That's wild. I wouldn't know what to do if like my general manager got that mad at me or like got that mad in my general direction. Yeah, he did. That's what we're going to go to next. You'd walk out? Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the call.
In another
Thank you.
probably in another work field, I can see that as probably a time to it's a time to walk out. Everyone needs to like go their separate ways for a second, at the very least.
Look, Jamie, I'm sorry. I should not have gotten that heated about it. But I should have handled that better. But the idea of you know that the problem with impeachment is that we haven't done other things.
No. I think you misconstrued my point, and I appreciate your apology.
Yeah, I see that. I saw a lot of people. He was giving like he was giving his apology, but he did the but. You know, we all know about the the famous, "Hey, I'm sorry, but." But I think what he was going to say is that like she cut him off, so we don't know what he was going to say. But I think what he was going to say would probably be along the lines of would probably be along the lines of like, hey, I've just seen that a lot. It sounded like you were saying something like that, something to effect of that, and it triggered me. But no, but Jamie handled this really well. She handled it really well, and I think, and Sam, he apologizes here. He realized that he yelled at her for like no reason, and he also he apologizes at a later date. I don't know where that other apology is. You know, there's streams, as you can see, like 2-3 hours long. I have no idea where he apologized later to her, but people did say he apologized later in a better apology with no but stipulation.
All I was saying was that Nancy Pelosi is a politically bad representative of impeachment for the reasons that we went over. And I could see how it would be bad strategically to have someone like that who is such a ghoul on so many topics and who didn't think we should impeach over the Iraq war, being the public facing representative of impeachment now.
I don't think she is. I mean,
and what Sam's going to say here is that I kind of agree with his point, is that Jamie's like, Pelosi's a bad frontal-facing representative for impeachment because she's a ghoul, right? For all the reasons she gave. And what Sam's going to say, which I think I really agree with, is that he's not saying that she's not a bad representative, but what he's saying is that she's not a bad representative because she's not a representative. Like, lots of people talk about impeachment. Like you said, Kyle, you see impeachment news everywhere. You don't see Pelosi that much. She's not that big. She set everything in motion and then kind of like stepped back into the shadows. And when people talk about impeachment and like the Democrats that they hate there, it's all like Adam Schiff, right? It's Adam Schiff and the other one. I forget his name. It's the other House member. Yeah, it is a super sensitive topic.
I think to the extent that there's any public facing, it's where's Adam? I mean, that's what the Republicans are. It's Adam Schiff and it's Nadler to a certain extent as well. Impeachment. Nancy Pelosi
it's like Schiff and Nadler.
So far away from impeachment, she's bragging about not doing it during Bush, and she was. It's well known that she was reluctant to do it, and so I mean, I just think that like in the context of the I get it that impeachment is not fun for certain people or that people aren't psyched about it, but that's okay. Fine.
All right. And that's that. That's that from the Majority Report. Jamie and I may have a disagreement. Yeah, that was interesting. That was something else. What do y'all think about that? Some crazy stuff. Where's my YouTube? Where's my Google Chrome? Where are you? Hit you in the feels? Yeah. Definitely. I feel Sam there. Switch over to the intermission screen for Un Momento. Yeah, I mean my parents you know, right, my parents were in the military. They were actually a part of Desert Storm, which is pretty crazy. That's they actually told me where I was in yeah, my dad, he went to train troops for Desert Storm. My mom did some stuff as well. I forgot exactly what. But like, yeah, we were in New York, actually. We were in New York, at the military base there, when 9/11 happened. Yeah, dude, finish the VR stuff. I'd definitely like to see that. I was thinking about it too, but you know, that's a lot of money and a lot of work for something I don't care about too much. Yeah, we were in New York when the towers went down. I was actually in I was in daycare. They told me where I was. I was in daycare across the Brooklyn Bridge. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And both my parents were sent on like guard duty for like roads and exits, because you know we didn't know what was going on. It hit close to home, all right. Welcome to Brooklyn. Listen, people from New Jersey don't get to share. Listen, people from New Jersey don't get to share in no, it's a joke. We're memeing, okay? It's all right. People from New Jersey don't get to share the pain that people from New York face, okay? You don't get to. You're just like New York #2, Electric Boogaloo. I'm joking. No, yeah, a lot of people from Jersey go up to New York. But I'm gay. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, that I don't really agree. I don't like 9/11 memes. I personally don't like them. They're pretty crass, and usually you know exactly what's gonna happen. You know, they're not funny. Not a fan of those memes. Yeah, they're not funny, and they're also not creative, which I think makes them more not funny. There's something I was gonna, I don't know, I'll talk about this in depth like at a later date, but there's a difference between like jokes and bullying, right? There's a fine line between joking and like roasting something, or just like joking about something, and actually like bullying, right? And I think that's most of it comes down to whether you're punching up or down. And you know, memeing on a dude who had to jump from a building because it was either burned to death or jump. It's hard to make a meme about that to not punch down, right? It's hard to make a meme about that that's not punching down, right? And it just comes off as bullying and crass and just unfunny. Better. Hey B, you wanna watch you think I should play the Star Wars game? I'm not sure exactly what to play. Play some of the System Shock demo? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. When I start downloading stuff, the stream gets really weird. It's all funky. Let's look through the store page. Because I start a new budget soon, so I have some more video game money. I keep my video game money right next to my where I keep my cam girl money, and nobody touches Shark's cam girl money. %. You only watched Chance play the first 2 chapters. A decent amount happened since then. I don't know if you care for me to tell you, or if you want me to tell you, if you care at all. Doom is still $6, actually. It's chill. Okay, so where I'm at, I'm I went to the Wookiee planet, the planet with the Wookiees on it and the rebels, and I learned a couple things. I learned force pull. I had force push, so I learned force pull, and so I can now throw my lightsaber. Well, I'm getting up enough points to throw my lightsaber. I canceled my pre-order when Doom Eternal got delayed. Yeah, I feel that. Also, I'm gonna get a stream. I'm going to get a a capture card so I can play, so I can stream Breath of the Wild, because I want to play Breath of the Wild sometime. Especially before Breath of the Wild 2 comes out, because I do want to play both those games. Someone told me they're really good. Yeah, Ewoks. My bad. Not Wookiees. My bad, Ewoks. Listen, I'm not a Star Wars nerd, okay? Yeah, it's the with the Ewoks. I got my fake fan. I am a fake fan, I'm sorry. I got my dual-bladed lightsaber, and I freed a bunch of Ewoks, and learned my first pull, like I said. Then I came in contact with the second sister, and I had another fight with her. If you remember, like the first fight with the girl with the lightsaber from the first chapter, who lined you up with your friend. She I fought her again, and she almost killed me. But BD1 came and rescued me, and then we figured out that she was actually the Padawan to the black girl who's on our ship. And what happened was that girl was captured, and she was tortured by the Imperials until she gave up where the location of her Padawan was, and then she got captured by the Imperials, and then turned into the second sister, whatever. Right, and that's the gender bent Anakin, 100%. Yeah, it's like a Darth Vader kind of type of thing, right? And then and that's the event that led her to cut herself off from the Force. That's why she's not a Jedi anymore, right? Darth bitch. Yeah, Darth dumb bitch. And we're like, why didn't you tell us? And she's like, you weren't supposed to know, like that kind of thing, like whatever. Dirty Bomb. Never speak to me about Dirty Bomb ever again. What would my Sith name be? Don't underestimate me, Mom. It's not a phase. Darth Squishy. Darth Squishy. That's my Sith name. Feared from every parsec of the galaxy. The ruthless killer. My rap name is Lil Bitch. So yeah, that's where I am, and I think I stopped about there. We went to Kashyyyk. We did a lot of fun stuff. What would yours be? I'm thinking. I want it to be like grungy. I was thinking about something like Darth Sidious. Yeah, we can come back to it. Yeah, let's think some. I'm bad with names. I want it to be something. I want to be like something like Darth Sidious, right? I was actually thinking of it, like the storyline with the Padawan being like turned to the Sith and whatever, like Batman Arkham Knight, right? No, I said something like that, like Darth Sidious. But yeah, I was thinking of it like Darth like Arkham Knight, right? You know, Batman loses Jason Todd, and then Jason Todd gets captured by the Joker, and then gets turned into the Arkham Knight, right? And then Batman and the Arkham Knight have to fight, and he's like, Jason, you don't have to be like this. And he's like, shut up, you did this to me. He's like, you don't have, come back, I'm sorry. You made me into a monster. Nightline, work line, down nine. It's that kind of thing, right? I think we're gonna play Gungeon. Maybe. Yeah, you're right. I do have a lot of games. I have no idea what I want to play. I did want to go back and play Dark Souls sometimes because I never actually finished that game. I need to. I actually don't want to go back. Darth Sharko. Darth Piranha. Darth Sharku. Oh, Darth Sharku. Don't cut me down. All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
In the sea, but I never had a goldfish to begin with. I never had a
Still haven't seen the Dragon Boss in the end of Dark Souls 3. Yeah, watch that Tiffany Tumbles video. I think you'll like it actually. Oh, you want to stream Pavlov? Sounds cool. Oh, I punched my mic because I'm bad at it. Let's I can't. That sucks. I can't change games everywhere. Gonna update the stream. Updating stream. To enter the dungeon. I'm gonna put my glasses on so I can read memes at lightning fast speed. Lives off the west coast of Scotland. I wish that's where BP lived. That'd be kind of sick. OB, just so you know, if anyone asks, we all live somewhere in the area of the Los Angeles, California, okay? Just in case if anybody asks. Kyle, that goes for you too, okay? All right. I may be a cool streamer, but I don't want to get swatted yet, all right? And obviously saying that I live in Los Angeles, California isn't an anti-swatting measure because we do actually live in Los Angeles, California, right? Do it for content? You know what? You had me at content. Hey, kill this guy. You know what? You got an idea to give me more viewers? I'll take it. What's the worst that could happen? I get banned? Then I can just make myself like a pariah. Stop. I hate these rooms with these guys. Oh, do you? Contra makes really good content. Well, that sucks. Why do I suck at dodging so much? The last couple days I've been really bad at dodging. And shooting, apparently. There's more? The feminine penis. Yeah, bud. Welcome home. Welcome to the mouthfeel of the feminine penis. We've been waiting for you. That comes from I can explain that. If I'm not sure how far she goes into explaining that. I can't shoot. I'm not sure how far she goes into explaining that idea in that video, but I understand what she's saying. That's more of a hard sell to other people who aren't already left wing, but boss room. No, don't do that. Oh, and just so you know, Blair White also hasn't had bottom surgery, so she still has PP. I was just saying, you know. The idea that of like the feminine penis, right? That idea. It's from that you know, when you take hormones, right? And you change your gender. Everything changes, right? It's not like things disappear, right? But you do become more feminine. Your skin changes, your bone mass once once you've been on there long enough. Lots of things change about you, and it's a way of staying consistent in your points. Because let's take I'm trying to explain this in the best way possible. Don't put a bad light on it, because I've heard it in a really good light, and I want to emulate that. Let's do a thought experiment, right? Intersex people. Yeah, yes, no problem. But let's do a thought experiment, right? Intersex people exist. And what's actually interesting is that there's more intersex people, well, there's more estimated intersex people in the world than there are estimated ginger people in the world. And so let's do a thought experiment, right? So you know a person. Let's say you know this girl that's in your English class, right? Whatever class that you're taking. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Your psychology class, right? And she presents as a female in like every way, right? Yeah, most people don't even know they're intersex, right? Yeah, 100%. And this is like an XXY female, right? So this person presents as a female, but they find out but you find out that this person is actually XXY. Let's say you know them more, and then you like overhear a conversation like with their family, they trust you, whatever, about how she's XXY, and she actually has a penis, right? Or whatever, internal testes, let's say, something like that, where her ovaries would be, and she's just like androgen deficient, so she her body doesn't react to testosterone, so she presents as a female, right? It's the idea that these parts are completely interchangeable, and parts that we would categorized as something that we see on a male could easily appear on what we would call a female, because intersex people exist. And it's just a way of staying consistent, because it's just, I mean, that's backed up by science as well. I don't know. Wait, what do you mean, like extremely Christian? You mean like an evangelical? No, I'm talking about like the belief that like ooh, you know what? Tip that for later. Ooh, nah. I'm gonna keep this because like a free refill on one of my guns later is gonna be pretty good. I'm talking like the view that, you know, intersex people exist, and these body parts that we normally assume to be parts of like what we call a male and what we would call a female are interchangeable naturally. Oh, that was a terrible dodge. Let me in a terrible position. What? Oh! Oh, I got hit again. What a bad dodge. Would you say that like Legos? Yeah, bud, exactly like Legos actually. Would you say that it invalidates trans women for having a penis, and this dysphoria for not having one? No, because in how medical professional, whoa, I can dual wield. How absolutely sick, nasty. That's kind of cool actually. It's so incredibly inaccurate. That's only for bosses. Like the way we personally understand, it's almost like, oh, get over it, you have a penis and it's female. The way we currently understand dysphoria, oh, that's kind of, I didn't know I could do that. That's kind of cool. Is that most of this, and it's why it's not called a dysphoria isn't categorized as like a mental condition, just like, you know, gayness isn't called a mental condition anymore. It's because most of the dysphoria comes from society, right? You know, people, let's imagine a society where these things, we aren't so hardly categorized into like the idea of a binary system of like man and woman, boy and girl. Would there be dysphoria? Maybe a little bit, but really not to the extent that we see it today. And all that comes from society, and how you're like ostracized and not included in a group, and how your identity is always, and identity is tied a lot to your personhood, and so your personhood isn't always like challenged, and whoops, I shouldn't have dodged there. Oh, I can't. I'm thinking too hard. I'm not paying attention. Isn't always like invalidated, right? So in that sort of society, we wouldn't like to say, hey, get over it, because it's hard to get over stuff like that, right? It's hard to tell people what you can and cannot feel bad about. But I'm thinking. Brain fart. Yeah, it's just hard, you know. And most of it comes from society, so it's hard to say get over it in this sort of context. Well, what do you mean by like real thing? Because I agree that it's a real thing. People feel that way, right? Oh my gosh, I got stuck on the geometry. That's ridiculous. He's up here, isn't he? Oh, my thing is in the way. I can't read. Do you spend your hegemony credit? Yeah, I do. I do. There hasn't been anything I've really been wanting to buy. I bought mostly everything in the store that I wanted to buy. I just have like the transaction gun and broccoli in there right now. And I heard the microtransaction gun is really garbage, so I don't even want to buy it, so I'd pick it up. The same thing with like the syringe or the plunger. It's one of the two. I haven't bought that either because I just don't even want to have the chance to pick it up. And then why have trans identity at all if dysmorphia is just caused by society? Well, we could say that about like, I don't know, what we would describe as like blackness, especially in American context, because black people who are like descendants of like American slaves, and black people who are descendants from like slaves from like the Barbados, or just Africans in like actual Africans in general, all have like different experiences, right? I mean, there are lots of people. There's some, like a lot of the newer, like, remember how I talked about how Natalie said a lot of the newer trans people are just like, you know, I'm trans, whatever, who cares? That's just me. I'm gonna do whatever, you know, have like the glitter beard and the feminine penis, you know, who cares, kind of thing. Those are more people who subscribe to like a gender abolitionism, like, you know, don't have gender at all. I see that as like a possible solution to a lot of problems. No, I appreciate the questions. I think they're cool. I like to go through these thought experiments. I spend a little bit of time thinking about these sorts of things. Not too much to be like the most knowledgeable, but not something I haven't thought of. Oh, I just dodged into that hole. Does gender really matter? I mean, in like modern day, yes. Should it matter? I don't know, maybe no. I don't know, if you wear something that makes you happy, do it, you know? Because things like, yeah, I absolutely believe that people can identify however they want to identify. I just think it gets dicey when you start playing as a gatekeeper. I don't think anyone should play as a gatekeeper at all, right? Because I personally subscribe to, you know, if it makes you happy and you're not hurting anybody, do your thing, you know? A lot of people try to ascribe like transness or like put transness in the same category as like, I don't know, like bestiality, or like, well, they do that with gayness, or you know, like trans speciesism or something, which obviously I don't think is analogous to each other. What is that? What's he doing? I've never seen him do that before. That's wild. Is that like another random chance he can do? That's crazy. You know, for a long time, I don't know if you guys knew this, but like some of you guys might have known this, but like stuff like ballet, tutus, that was generally seen as like a really a male profession. Nursing. Now you think of a nurse, what's the first thing that comes to your head? I don't know, like a Nurse Joy from Pokemon, or just like a really nice, maybe even older, middle-aged female, maybe even younger, who cares for people. Doesn't a pediatric nurse as well could come to your head, and they're always female, right? That was a male profession as well. Back in like the early, I believe it was late 1800s, early 1900s, the gender colors were switched. You know how we do blue for boys and pink for girls today. It used to be pink for boys because pink was such a strong, in your like neon pink is such a strong, forceful color that it's one of the first colors that your eye picks up. Not like orange, but you know. Hero one. Oh, that's cool. Learn something new I open this game and learn something new every day. Yeah, I'm not sure if I personally subscribe to like trans abolitionism, but people believe it for like a noble pursuit, so. I want to get this guy out of the way first before anything else. This guy's pretty easy to deal with. Oop. Bad roll. Terrible roll. Should have rolled in. I rolled out. This isn't Undertale. You got a point. I tried to play Megalovania earlier. And the stream wasn't having it. Especially the Smash remix of Megalovania. That slaps. I don't know about you guys, but that slaps. And no one can tell me any different, okay? No one can tell me any different. Let's open this chest. Let's see what's in here. F3 keys. Oh, mutation. Boys, we got a new boss killer. I think this is a good boss killer. I don't remember. Why am I always getting the ammo conda? Why does this game hate me? What have I done? What have I done to deserve this? Where is he? There he is. I can just kill him here. There you go. There you go. Never speak to me again. You're gonna go log off for tonight. Thanks for dealing with my bullshit. No problem. I really appreciate it. I love the talk. Thanks for swinging by. I'm glad you got to enjoy the Oh, before you go, tell me how you liked that video. If you finished it. I'm not sure if you finished it. Shotgun's new boss killer. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. How much does this... Have you used this item before? How much does this heal? Appreciate the new ones? Heck yeah. I'm glad you appreciate it. But on that, I hope you have a good night. I'll probably finish... Oh, heals 3 hearts? Amazing. Thanks for stopping by. I'll probably finish this game and then log off for tonight. They splat. I hate these guys so much. Is the mutation a callback to no, it's not. I was gonna say, is it a callback to Super Meat Boy? But there's something else in the game that's a callback to Super Meat Boy. I forgot exactly what it was, but I remember it. BP is a girl. Yeah, the super meat gun. Should I buy this gun? Or should I buy one of the amulets? I have the chaos. I can afford the lodestone amulet. Should I get the huntsman then? Should I get the huntsman? Don't buy anything? All right. Understandable. You know what? Should I put money towards my my nod key? I shouldn't put money towards my nod key? I thought you'd at least agree with that one. I should? If there's nothing else really to buy. I have 3 keys and I just finished this floor. Yeah. All right. I want to buy a piece of armor and then put the rest towards the nod key. Just die. He's not dead. Stay away from me. You die now. I seem a little bit new to the game. I seem a little bit new to the game because I haven't played this game in a year and a half. Like I started playing like 2 weeks ago after not playing for a year and a half. So if I seem a little greenhorny, that's mostly why. And it sucks. I used to love playing this game all the time. I don't know, just life got in the way, and I stopped playing games like totally. With some games I used to love to play all the time, I looked back and you know, just life got in the way. I looked back and I haven't touched some of them since 2017. 2018, 2017. That's really sad. Have you ever heard the moment when something slops out of your mouth and you instantly regret it? I don't know what you're doing to have stuff slop out of your mouth enough for you to think about that, but I don't want to kink shame, but you know, do your thing, brother. Don't let anybody stop you. Slip out of your mouth? Oh, like when you say swear words in front of your madre? Or like when you're eating cereal and then you open your mouth and all the cereal spills out like you're having a stroke. I think it's very not advisable to say this to her. It's turned awkward. Well, yeah, you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that to people, okay? Okay, Broham? Oh, wait, this is something important. Wait, this is something important. And I don't remember what it's important for. I probably said it like 10 times before. The N-word? I don't know. I use the N-word as a meme sometimes. I need to do something with this. Press the button while in the goop. I've got the goop. I've acquired the goop. What do I do with the goop? I picked up the goop. Who do I give the goop to? I'm all goopified. I'm so goopy. Oh, these are some good pickups. Not gonna lie, big boy. Yeah, I know it's a space rift. I know it's a rift. It's just cool to call it goop. I mean, it was on the ground like goop, and I picked it up like goop. It's called spectral. No, it's called spectral goop. Yeah, we're playing Ghostbusters now. Who are you gonna call? Did you guys see that new Ghostbusters trailer? Hey, stop that. Oh, free chest. Don't mind if I do. Oh, that's a good pickup, though. Why am I getting so many good actives? Oh, come on. That's not fair. Wait. Oh, crap. I thought I could, like, throw it somewhere. I was thinking about using the med, but it's only one heart. Like, using the med kit could, like, save the run, right? But the extra damage is really good. I remember this, I haven't had this item since I started playing again. And I remember it being, like, super good. So what, you think I should use the med kit and pick up the moonshine? Yeah, but the item is really good. Yeah. All right, why not? If I lose the run now, it's your fault. I remember that. What the fuck's going on? Wait a second. Let's take a look at the Ammonomicon. Is the goop in here? The goop isn't even in here, bro. I feel lied to. I want to take down the boss. Yeah, super cool. Thank you. I'm not even hitting him right now. Hey, where's my shotgun again? Something tells me I'm not playing efficiently. Bro, stop moving. Thank you. I got the rad gun. I'm saving that for later. I love the rad gun. You guys don't know this, but off stream, I skateboard, or like longboard, and I've been longboarding and I've been trying to learn how to do a kickflip, but I feel like doing a kickflip on a longboard is harder than a standard board, so I may be handicapping myself. I may be handicapping myself. You scooter. All right. All right, I think that's it for the for this floor. We should get out of here. No, I'm joking. What do you mean lol skateboard? What, is skateboarding not cool anymore? Oh, I shouldn't have gotten hit by that. Do we not appreciate skateboarding anymore? Oh, I was hoping you were going to play into the joke. I know it was a joke. I was hoping you were going to play into it. And be like, nah, fuck skateboarding. That's for dweebs. It's scooter time now. Wow, what a pickup. What a pickup. What's this do again? Yes, I know you. Listen, okay, I know you were joking. I wanted you to joke along with me. Cool, ammo capacity. Wow, look at my gun. I have 2,000 ammo. Has the boy ever seen such ammo? You live foreheads as long as they're boards. Listen, you'll say that until you swing that razor scooter. Oh, I don't have enough money. Is that the end of the floor? That's the end of the floor too. I'll never get enough money. You'll say that until you swing that razor scooter into your shin, and then we'll hear you talking, big boy. Okay? Should I buy this ammo? And if I do buy the ammo, what gun should I put it in? Don't buy anything. Dang. All right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Buy ammo for the rat gunner mutation. The mutation has been like my my floor clearing gun. But also, like, the shotgun would it be my boss clear? I don't know. It's has like a lot of short mutation then. Yeah, I was thinking. It's also out. Why? Why? Because I like my gun. Okay. I'm buying the ammo and I'm also leaving. Should I? Nah, I'm leaving. And no, I'm not using that heart container either, because that's for bitches, okay? We want to get by just as we are. Yes, I saw it, and yes, I knew exactly what I was doing. Look how much ammo it has. See, look at that. Look at that. We got paid. It's payday, boys. All right, what are we buying, boys? Where are we dropping, boys? I'm still feeling like putting some money in, giving some more ammo to old Goldie, but at the same time, rad gun's pretty rad, isn't it? I'm reporting you for cool skateboarding and tax evasion. I mean, I have been evading my taxes. And I've also been skateboarding, but it's not as cool, so. Nice try, loser. Thankfully for me, I've been stealing hundreds of people's identity, so the IRS can't find me. Whoa, chill. Identity theft? What are you talking about? You'll never find my identity because I theft all of it. Write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Oh, was the big iron in there? Just so you know, in this stream, I'm not sure if that happens for with other Genshin streamers, but in this stream, when we get the big iron, we play big iron. But only when we start the boss do we start big iron. With the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. No, don't do that. Don't do this to me. You slut. You're leaving? All right. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you for coming. Hope you have a good night. Oh, gosh. Oh, is that dumb bitch? Look at him. He's down here. There he is. What exactly is shit? Good question. Shit for me, honestly, is a prized possession. You guys don't. I've never said this on stream before, but I actually have a categorized and also numbered collection sample, if you would, of all of my ex's stool samples, and they're in alphabetical order according to their last names. Yeah, save it for later. Yeah, I use it as seasoning. That shit tastes like truffles. It's as decadent and as rare as them too. Please don't tell anybody, okay? I don't want the poop dealer to come try and rob my house for all these delicious girl poopies. No. You stop that. I thought he was dead. I thought I killed him, just like straight up. Come through this door, boy. Oh no. He's so strong. There he is. No, you clown. Put it down. Yeah, please don't tell anybody. I don't want them to come try and get their poop back, okay? It's mine. It's rightfully mine as well. Whoops, I just walked into it. That room hit me more than all of the rooms combined on this floor. Well, chill. Oh, he killed himself. What a cool guy. California. Yeah, I remember me and my friends watching this video of this girl who made money by making videos where she sits on cakes and then farts into them. And then you can see like her fart like blow back into the cake like frosting. It was really something else. And we all know 2 Girls, 1 Cup. Oh, it's the boy. I actually kind of like this song. You know, about to blow, oh, I ain't dumb. Oh wait, yeah, right. What does that do again? It's one of those guns where you have to pay attention, right? What kind of friends do I have? All my friends are memers, all right? And also all my friends are dead. I stream with them every once in a while. Not too often, though. Oh, no. I haven't fought the kill pillars in 2 years. Oh, I just went into that. There he is, dead. All right, focus fire. Pay attention. I can kill this one. All right, is he dead? Thank you. All right, here we go. There you go. Woo! Yeah, I should have. But you know what? I'm actually extremely proud of myself for memorizing those patterns and actually being able to beat them for the first time I fought them in such a long time. Because a lot of this game is like muscle memory, right? You memorize patterns, you memorize lots of things, and being able to remember that is something I actually am super proud of myself for. There's nothing else we can really do here, right? And we have this. Let's do this room. These guys aren't too hard because I'm not using bullets. Hey, hold up. Whoa there, feller. Slow down. Oh, I got hit. I shouldn't have gotten hit. Do something. That wasn't really necessarily worth it. What's up, bud? Why do you poop so much? I'm not sure if that's healthy. I don't know if it's necessarily unhealthy. Though, don't say that on Twitch. There have been a whole lot of poop crimes going on, okay? You don't want to get caught up in any of that business. There's so many directions I can go. No. Just because you're pooping does not mean you're healthy. But if your poop is like cinnamon scented, I think that's a good testament to your health. I'll take that one. Now, my poop, I don't want to get too TMI here. Hello, stop doing that. Oh gosh, I fell. I'm gonna die. My poop smells like eucalyptus, all right? No. He didn't die? Oh, he hit me with a curveball. He deserved that one. All right. You just been banned for 3 days. Bro, if you got banned for 3 days for that, that'd be hilarious. Honestly, it may be worth it. What was I gonna do? Oh, you know what? I want to see. This is about the end of the stream now. I gotta go to bed soon. But I did want to try out one thing. I was thinking about playing Heroes of the Storm tomorrow. So I'm going to try and load up Battle.net right now. And see if my old... Oh, this is tomorrow. It's not right now. You don't like Heroes? Hey, can you show me your Steam password? I'll do you one better. I'll show you my my stream key if that makes you feel better. I gotta update this. Ugh. Before I do that. Alright. That's the end of the stream. I appreciate everybody for coming. If you're here or if you're not even chatting, just being here, it means a lot to me. So, thank you everybody. And I hope you have a good night. Later, Splat. Thanks for coming again. Yes, I can, bud. Once I'll PM you once the stream's over. With that said, for me, all right. Good night.